We are live. Hello to my lovers and haters. You got a lot of those now. Both. Got a lot of lovers and a lot of haters. Nothing wrong with that. It's actually the more people you have hating on you, the more you're doing something right. Because in today's world, there's a lot of brainwashing. So people are going to divide you into two camps. And if you're in one camp and you're pissing off the other, at least you're doing something. But if you are in one camp and you're pissing off both camps, then you're really standing out. I think I piss off both camps. Maybe not anymore, the liberals, but it's been that way. Did you guys see the rise of Hunter Biden? That shit's fucking crazy. Let's put this podcast on the channels for everybody. Let everybody know we're here. Yo. What's up, Ruben? Saying hello to the family. Everybody, say hello to Ruben. I'm going to my Telegram right now, and I'm just going to let everybody know what we're up to. It's Friday. It's 3:00. Wednesdays, I take off so I can finish this movie, which I'm at the finish line. I have about 3 more minutes left to edit. That'll take tonight after this. We are live. Come hang. A lot of people go live on Fridays at this hour. I think Script Keeper might be live. But let's tell the family everywhere. That includes Australia. It's crazy ass world, man. Hunter Biden is starting to make more sense than anybody else. We'll go over some of his tweets. Let me just finish this forward into the den. All right. Dunsky. Script quit early. Oh, that's good. All right, cool. You getting ready to drive? You going somewhere fun, somewhere nice, somewhere cool? I do keep in mind that I'm going live on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places now. And one of the most recent I've added is my backup YouTube. So I don't know if this is someone from that channel going like, Nick, is that you? It's been so long. Lucy Vampire, what's up? Hanging out from the Twitchlandia. Fuck yeah. Does that mean you're an old school one, huh? With us? Oh, what's my Telegram channel? That's actually a great question. That channel has gone through so much. The FBI used to fucking lurk in there to get information on me when I was caught for January 6th. Those days. I have 2 channels. One's a broadcast, and then one is a chat. And the chat, that shit used to be bumping. That shit was where it was at for a long time. Where's Rachel? Here it is. Okay, here's the link for you. Lucy Vampire, what's up? Welcome back, though. And you're messaging from YouTube. Clyte. Is that Clyte? Click it. Handle it. All right, so here's that. Oh, it's so unclickable. You know, you can just search the name, right? Can't you just search the name instead of getting the link? You can, right? Good Lion Den and Good Lion Films. How about that? Try it with that. And yeah, I think you'll be good. Script quit early. Script. I wonder if he'd come on here. I'll just text him anyway about it. See if he's still got any life left in him. If you want to jump on, I'm live. All right. You're in. Tight. Simone Bell. What do you guys think is going to happen? Do you guys believe in the plan still? Do you feel weird if you do? Are you feeling like kind of not yourself? If you're believing in something now that would require some magical chain of events to just stop the momentum it's going in. Because from what I see, things aren't looking too pretty. And I'm not comfortable lying to myself. And just because I think it's a lie to myself, it doesn't mean it's a lie to yourself. That's for you to conclude and to get to at some point. Not really for me, but you can take what I say and see if it works with you at all. But honestly, it doesn't look good. Things aren't looking good. Things aren't looking good one bit. Things do not weigh out well right now. No plan is going to convince me that something good's going to happen, and people like to shit on others for believing that. And that's, I think, something you got to fix within yourself. Maybe instead of talking shit, sit back, evaluate your beliefs, and see why so many people are reaching this conclusion. And then also look at the Epstein files. If you don't want to look at it, at least understand there's a reason why you don't. And it might be because you're afraid of finding something you don't want to find out. Because why else would someone tell you not to look at something other than they don't want you to discover something? So when Trump says don't look at the files, it's a Democratic hoax, that's red flag number 11,000. You got to be paying attention. That's a big one. You have to look into it yourself if you're a truther, but then you're starting to find out maybe you're not. Maybe you're not a truther. Maybe you're what I would call a continuist. You don't care about the facts, okay? Because what matters more is the emotional balance that is being had around your life. Because if we all agree on something to be the truth, then at least there's peace until there isn't. And then you have the archivists, the people who are the truthers, who want to go out and find the truth. Hey, that's a weird camera angle. Whenever I'm on another thing, the archivists want to find out the truth. They're not satisfied with the story that everyone's agreeing to believe. You could look at that like the people in the QAnon are the continuists, and the archivists are the truthers who are going, wait a second, these posts and this reality, this isn't lining up. And humans, as a natural tendency, are very good at pattern recognition. Some are better than others. So what you have as comms, or decodes or deltas are usually the mind connecting patterns to try and explain something. And if you're given a big terrain, it's going to be very easy to connect those dots into anything. What's up, Sue Real? Good line member? Fuck yeah. Catherine from Ventura? Fuck yeah. Cool. Dude, what the flip flop? That's so dope. Look, in the big picture, in the end, I think they can't win, but I don't think that's in our generation, dudes. Why do I say that? Look who owns everything. You think they're just going to willingly give it up to us? No. Look who owns everything. It's not a military operation when you have BlackRock, who owns everything, now part of the Treasury, now part of the Federal Reserve. Like, there are certain things you can't ignore if you're a truther. But if you're not a truther, then I would call you a continuist. You don't care about the facts. You might look at them and go, I don't care. That's going to destroy my peace and everyone I know's peace. So we want to believe in this. The only problem is you're going to hit a wall at some point, because reality isn't going to match up and the ending isn't going to be for you. And it's not going to be for everyone. And then there's a third category. People who are like, look, we don't care about both of you. We just want to live in nature. We just want to live our fucking lives. Like, y'all need to get your shit together. We just want real peace. And that's why and the thing is that they're all right. Everyone's correct. Now everyone's divided because they think they're the only people that are right. But the continuist, they are not wrong. They have the ability to want peace and to tell the same story. It's kind of like religion. If we all believe Jesus died for our sins, then we can have a good life believing in that, right? Yeah. Let's all agree. Whether We don't have to look at like what the archivists are looking at. They're trying to find Jesus' DNA and find out if he even existed or if he was just a myth. And then there's the people who are like not religious and not trying to find the truth and just trying to fucking live. That's what we have in the world right now. It's a magnesium drink. It's magnesium Trip. It's called Trip, a blend of mindful botanicals. L-theanine, ashwagandha. You can read it from all the way over here. And I noticed a lot of people on social media that's where people sign up to really like entertain themselves or sheepify their beliefs or showcase their sheep. Brainwash believing. Here's what I think. Here's why I think that. I just saw the Michael Jackson thing on Netflix. And people say, don't trust Netflix. But then everyone will say, watch Leave the World Behind. You know? Angela. Leave the World Behind was produced by Netflix. You know, all the truthers at that time. Watch it. Oh, my God. And then now all of a sudden people are like, I don't know about Netflix. Be careful what they say about Michael Jackson. These motherfuckers didn't even watch the documentary. If they did, they see that the documentary is not calling him guilty. But I am. That motherfucker was so... I used to think he was, and I thought he wasn't, because sympathies lie in different areas. But if you look at Michael fucking Jackson, first of all, look at him. Look at him. That is creepy. Listen to him. And I'm sorry if you love Michael Jackson. So do I. Let's separate the musician between the guy who is trying to justify sleeping in bed with children. That's crazy. And there was a pivotal interview that led to the whole movie coming out and the lawsuit. What's his name? Bashir? Whatever, the documentary filmmaker. He did an interview with Princess Diana where she was talking about the three-way marriage that they were in. Big bombshell drop. And MJ's, I guess, one of his friends or lawyers was like, MJ just wanted to do this interview because the guy did one with Diana. He didn't know that this guy was going to come with some questions. MJ brings a little kid out that he saved from cancer, and they're holding hands like this, and the kid's like this, and you could see a little bit of intimacy, and I could see it in the little boy. I could see it in the little boy that little boy was getting fucking touched, dude. And then he on camera comes out and admits it. And he talks about a briefcase with books of naked boys. That shit, they went and found it. No lie. So like people these days are afraid of the truth because they're afraid of what happens to the continuity of their own pack, of their people who've accepted them. Oh, I don't want to think different, man. So I'm just going to be part of the continuity and just hope everything's fine. But then you have the archivist, us, the truthers who want to find out, who are tired of being lied to. We could smell the difference in the air when we're being lied to. So we want to find out. And then people get all fucking tribal. Oh my God, how could you think that on Instagram specifically? Some people were like, oh my God, dude, I trusted you. Those are continuists. They're not assholes. They're not lost. They don't value truth. They want to protect their feelings. That was fake. Nino swears it was him because he's a fucking idiot. That shit was AI. There's a lot of tricky ways to find out what's AI. The Neuralink video with the black dude who said he just got Neuralink, that's AI. All of it. Here's one clue. When there are images in the background, like street signs that might say one way, study those. Look, they're not spelt right. The letters are not even English. That's how you find out. No, Michael Jackson's not riding a bus. Nino is a fucking idiot. He's a buffoon. I think he's actually low-key retarded. I think he's been hit too many times in the head. And he has, literally. You lost your favorite hair tie today? Oh shit. I read that you lost some hair today. And I was like, oh fuck. So anyway, things are requiring more of an open mind these days. And also I wonder, guys, we might think we have a clue, but we have no idea. You think you know, but you have no idea. Was that from the real world? Nino has a big ego. He does. And he's a little bitch. Like no one should complain about how much it takes to take care of their family. If you have to take care of your family, be a man. Be a man. Be a man. I can't do it, but be a man, bro. Don't bitch about it. That's like your mantra. And you know what I see that as? That's like people putting their dying relatives on a pedestal. Bro, if you didn't put them on a pedestal while they're alive and you start doing it when they're dying, you're trying to milk people with your empathy or with the sympathy card. He's a tiny weenie sized bitch. Damn. That was good. That was good. Russell Peters. He's funny. I saw him live in a very small venue. Nick Viador's MJ. And that's the thing, dude. Here's what I posted from somebody. I can't remember where he's from. This is a like a publicist. No. He works for the New York Times, I think. He wrote, MJ should be looked at the same way as Epstein. No grown-ass man, no matter what great music they've made, that's the only reason why people jump on a bandwagon to say it's normal because he's Michael Jackson. He just loves children. Are y'all using your brain? Though he's admitted to sleeping in the same fucking bed with children. His only friends are children. He created his own Disneyland to wow the children. He created a drink called Jesus Juice, where they put fucking alcohol in a soda can and the kids would drink it. The audacity for people to go out there and call other people like ignorant and stupid for not believing in the king of pop. Bro, just connect the dots. Look at it. He had 2 books of naked boys at his house in a black briefcase that they found when they first raided it. MJ wasn't even there either. And you know where he was, according to the Netflix documentary? Went to Vegas. Once he found out that they were actually raiding his house, he went to Vegas and had a massive party with a bunch of German boys in his hotel room suite. And whenever they would bring food or whatever, he would open the door wearing some fucked up shit, grab it, and close the door. Now, people don't want their illusions shattered. Are they weak? Some people could say so. Are they preferring of a comfortable reality? Yes, that's what it is. And that's what I think the struggle is with what's left of MAGA and the MAGA that woke up. The MAGA that woke up, dude, we used facts over faith. And the people who are very faith-oriented, like those diehard Christians, I think Q was developed for them. It is a savior complex that they are used to. All they need is scripture to reference. Q post, reference. And the ones who become so fucking obsessed with it are just like those religious zealots, the people who are fanatical, like Jason Q. And when you start to crush their reality just a little, they start throwing the papers and acting like a child. The psychology is the same, dude. And they made Trump the archetype for Jesus, which is why many people say, well, God chose Trump. And you can't tell them otherwise. There's a lot of videos out there of people who just, they will not accept anything else. Yo, that's crazy. I used to think that all the truthers were on the MAGA side, but now I see what the liberals saw in us because we're out. We're not in that pool anymore. We're not in that pool anymore. All the chicks in here are hot, bro. Welcome. Welcome. Your dad looks like Wolverine and fucking Elvis in one, bruh. Is that your dad? Or are you a chick? I don't even know, bro. Today's day. Oh shit, who was that? Was that someone in here? Did someone just buy Access for Life? It says Zaza Jadel. Is that any of you guys? Whenever anybody gets a membership to Good Line TV, I'm gonna shout you out on here. I just got an alert. Access for Life, yo, that's fucking dope. Mad love. Come on, let's go. Wait, that's a lady? No, come on now. Dude, I love that. Most of my audience is ladies, bro. To be fair, my love. Dude, that's the thing that I don't think people are understanding. They're all. It's a thing that happens. You get up to that club, it's a thing that you're going to get tempted with. Or it could really be this. How long has Epstein's operation been going on for? They say like late 90s, right? What was the island before? Was it just a bunch of hotel rooms that they like had, a fancy hotel, the Chateau Marmont or whatever it's called? Like maybe there. Maybe they had maybe they had cameras in hotels and that's where the initial thing started, or maybe they had other islands that no one knows about. And which the reason why I'm saying that is how long have they been cloning for? How long have they been cloning for? Because I really look at Michael Jackson. Imagine if they were just getting their cloning tech down. And they're like, shit, how do we pull this off? Because this doesn't really look like him. We don't know how to make black clones. That's 4.0 release. Fuck, we fucked up on his face. Why don't we just get him a nose job? Yeah. Why don't we just like put makeup all over his face all the time and say it's him? He is the most not looking like the person he grew up as ever in all of everything. So that was you? Oh shit, that was you. Cool. Yo, come on. That was tight. Let's go. Everyone should sign up for Good Line TV. He really has a bunch of incredible movies. Can't find what he's got anywhere else. Thank you, sweetheart. Guys, that's not only the movies that I've made, but a bunch of movies that woke me up and other people. Specifically, Europa. That's a big series. That's a good series. Maybe we'll watch the first episode here. That's not a bad idea. And then also the greatest story never told. That's a good one. That'll make you understand our guy Adolf. Adolf was just doing what everybody else was doing, bro. They were fucking cleaning house, cleaning the streets. Let me get this out of here. Because they were infiltrated with fucking, a lot of juice. A lot of juice. Where's that fucking? It's not there. All right. But I want it. Oh, there. Okay. Cool. There is like, I don't know, thousands of titles on Good Lion. And from me, there's like 400, almost four. No, yeah, it's like 400. Almost 70 I've made as films, and then the rest are collaborations with other people. But honestly, it's cool. If once you start to see my style and how I tell the story, and you can see how it's evolved, you can get excited for future movies about like, what else can I do now? Because that's what's up, Kim. Hey, welcome. We've been out there on the fields fighting for each other. I got it really heavy into X over the last week, except for the last 2 days I took a break. But I had some bangers, made some X friends, which is cool. Had a lot of fun. I was looking for the raid by the feds when they got you. What do you mean? You were looking for the raid by the feds when they got me for January 6th? I'm not sure why I put married. I don't know that they were married. What are y'all talking about? Oh, really? And Lilith, man, a lot of Satanists, they reach out to her. She's a little sex demon. I believe she was a clone. I wonder if Michael Jackson's a clone. I wonder how many are out there. What Trump is exemplifying is clone activity. Most people don't want to go there. Most people don't even want to read the Epstein files. So when you start telling people clones, like I made a movie on clones, it becomes very evident that we're not seeing the technology that is out there at all. There's technology out there that's far out beyond our imagination. If you watch the movie S4, you'll get an idea that in the 70s, we were flying UFOs. We didn't know how they worked specifically. We understood the parts and how they worked together, but not the science behind it. But we very well might be the only UFO maneuverers on this planet. There might not be an organic UFO. I don't think there was ever UFOs that came here and crashed. I think we found them. I think that's what happened. Because none of them are fucking banged up. Blamps. Yeah, January 6th, I got arrested a month later. I spent time in jail, and I wasn't even sentenced to jail time. So it was kind of like I got a 45-day field trip. And because I knew I was going to leave, I kind of just wrote it out. I was like, I didn't know it was going to be 45 days, but I just kind of like knew, like, I'm out of here soon, guys. And that helped. It helped me a lot. Because then, like, I always tell everybody this, the very first moment the FBI came, like smoked a bowl, and the two FBI chicks are hot, and then they're complimenting my tattoos as I'm getting arrested. And I'm like, okay, I had an Adderall and weed. They start asking me questions. I give them everything. I was like, you want my phone? You want my passcode? And they're like, yeah. So, okay, you want my computer? You want my password? And they're like, yeah. Because of that, the judge was like, dude, this guy's got nothing to hide. Let's fucking be light on him. That's literally what he said to me when I told him he wasn't light on me. And I was like, damn, you're right, bro. Like, I didn't even get charged. I got time served. My brother snitched. I used my I used my ATM card to take money out of I used my card to get money out of ATM. I think that flagged. Yeah. Here's an interesting thing, though. That day or around that time, there was a guy in a wheelchair at the gym, and I don't know if he was part of the sting, but I'd always go to the gym, so maybe if they knew I was there. But this guy, him and I end up having a conversation. And this guy, he's in a wheelchair. He's fat. He's old. He's black. There's nothing wrong with that last part, but there's something definitely wrong with being fat. And old, you can't work with that. I mean, that's God's thing. But he ended up telling me about his son who worked for the CIA and then all of a sudden didn't. And one time came over and they talked and he was leaving. And his dad was like, son, why are you packing a gun? And his son turned around and said, Dad, no. His dad said, I thought you quit working for the CIA. He said, Dad, once you work for the CIA, you always work for the CIA. And then because his dad told me that, I was like, well, I just want to tell you, man, I'm a January 6er, man, like kind of on the run. And I think that was the dumbest but most intelligent way for me to set up my own gathering, because I remember seeing that kid's could have looked like that guy's son at a bar, and then the day that they got me. So maybe that was part of it. Once you work for the CIA, you always work for the CIA. And there's people on X right now, like the Leah files. She always opens up saying that she used to work for the CIA. Why are people taking these people seriously? I would be very cautious to take advice from anybody who used to work for the CIA. Yeah, Tammy, I think you got a good point right there. She says, in my opinion, I believe Charlie Kirk and Erica were both replaced with clones. She went to prison while he faked his death. Well, no, she wouldn't be in prison. That doesn't fit. It gets hot under here. No. I mean, no. I don't think the exploding of the Tennessee warehouse where they built the explosive and killed 15 people to hide that secret would have happened. If Trump is bad, why did J6 happen? Trump didn't do J6. General Flynn and people who didn't want Trump to win did J6. Trump did not do J6. People who didn't want Trump in office, they did it. And I think that's you got your fake rhinos, which is Flynn, and then you have Nancy Pelosi, and everyone wanted to bring him down. And if they're going to bring him down, they want a replacement on the Republican side. So what they wanted was us to tear that bitch up, which is why there was a force in there that was creating the false Ashley Babbitt got killed story. Because she didn't. I don't know if you've seen it, Kim, but yo, Script, you must have texted me back then. Let me see real quick. No, you didn't. What's up, bro? Flynn Bros ran that shit 100%. And that's what I think the Pelosi cahoots extended, because really there's no difference between left and right, dude. Everyone's fucking scratching backs and doing some favors, paid to play type stuff. When I started to expose that, Script did to a lot of people. Actually, dude, that was a hot moment on the internet, on X. We were getting fucking thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of views on our exposing of Flynn through Ariel. That was a good time. Roger Stone started to defame me. I took that as a compliment, dude. First of all, no one's gonna fucking take what you're saying about me seriously. A, I'm not that big yet. B, no one trusts you. Like, you have a tattoo of Nixon on your back, and there are stories of someone finding you boning a kid at the Chateau, the fucking hotel. And he looks like a fucking creep. That's what I'm saying. The universe will show you from how they make you, how he makes you. Like, I remember when I went to jail, the first bay I was in for 30 days. One guy's like, those are the Mexicans. Yeah, duh. Those are the blacks. That's where the blacks hang out. That's where the whites hang out. Those are the pedophiles. And I was like, damn, bro, they really do look like pedophiles. They're usually bald and have glasses. I don't know. Dude, and the AI thing, the fucking data centers, guys. For those who are awake and are planning on preserving. Oh, tight. You're busy. That's cool. Oh, good. You're celebrating. Have fun. I like that Script. I think you should stock up food. I don't know what's going to go down here, man, but look, we don't need that many data centers. I don't know if the elite now are taking care of their families underground, and by families I mean cities. There's too much happening right now for any Q post to explain away what's happening. The only bridge would have to be faith, and a lot of people don't roll that way when they can smell the shit brewing. It's kind of like when Trump farts in public or shits his pants. A, you can hear it. Can you see it? Well, you can see everyone's reaction to it. And then you have some people who ignore it completely. And that's what I think the Trump supporters are doing. They're ignoring all the shit that he's fucking shitting into his diaper all over America. They're ignoring all that. They're pretending that he don't even shit. They literally pretend like his shit don't stink. I'm hanging out. Hell yeah. It's 3:33 right now, so I'm just chilling. If you want to jump on later, I'm just shooting the shit. I don't know how long I'll go, but I do have energy again. I'm not sick anymore. Sick for like 3 weeks, man. I went keto, did ivermectin. I couldn't really smoke weed that much. 333. And yeah. Whoa, 9:33. So it's June 5th, and I have a movie coming out in 9 days. So if you want to get tickets, or if you have a membership already to Goodline TV, you'll be able to watch it. We're going to have Q&A, a session where we're hanging out before and after. And the movie is going to be in 2 parts. And the second part isn't coming out until my birthday, August 24th. So we have June 14th, one movie releases, and then August 24th, the second movie releases. Combine them together, it might be an hour total. This first one's almost 30 minutes. I don't want to blend part 2 with part 1 because part 1's just, it's perfect. And it tells history in the way that most people can't deny. And so then what comes up next is a part 2 is going to be the ruffling of feathers that some people aren't ready for yet. You guys are, because you've been watching and you know what I talk about. But I don't want to put that in the first one because I think it'll reach a lot more people if it's not there. You know? Yeah, I'm a lion. My Leo comes out here, but my Virgo comes out in the movies and how I make movies, how they're very clean and Virgo-like. Let's see something here. All right. Okay. All right. If you are interested. Oh, also heads up. I just realized I had to reactivate my Apple developer account. And so that's for the app I created, the Good Lion app. And ooh, am I gonna sneeze? Let's do this. 10th of an orgasm. Let's go. Almost. Give it to me. No. Damn, it's like I'm edging. Gooning. Okay. Come here. This is where you can buy the pre-sale ticket. Right here. All right. And this is just one of the trailers. Let's watch it because it's been a minute since I've seen it. And I don't want to show you any more of the movie because I leave some surprises, you know? But here we go. All right, let's just see a little 3-minute clip.
Karl Rothschild even traveled directly to Rome in 1832 to negotiate with the Pope himself. It was highly controversial at the time, a Jewish banking family financing the Vatican. Some Catholics were outraged that a Jew was allowed to kiss the Pope's hand instead of his foot. But in the end, it was pure cold finance. The church needed money. The Rothschilds, who were already the go-to bankers for half of Europe's governments, happily provided it at interest, just like they did for Austria, Prussia, and Belgium. This was a very profitable business, which ultimately led to the Rothschilds' war machine. From that moment forward, Rothschild financing played a central role in nearly every major 19th century war. They didn't just lend money, they issued massive government bonds and loans that allowed countries to fund their armies and slaughter each other. In the Italian Wars of Unification, 1848 to 1866, the Paris and Naples branches poured money into Piedmont, financing campaigns against Austria, including the bloody battles of Magenta and Solferino. This helped create modern Italy and strip the Pope of his territorial power. During the Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, the London branch raised £16 million for Britain, directly funding the nightmare battles at Balaclava, Inkerman, and Sevastopol. In the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, Vienna branch loans helped finance Austria's side in the brutal 7 Weeks' War. After the Franco-Prussian War, 1870 to 1871, the Paris Rothschilds orchestrated a staggering 5 billion franc bond issue so France could pay massive reparations to Germany after the defeats at Sedan and the siege of Paris. This was their genius. They financed both sides, before, during, and after the conflicts. No matter who won the war, the Rothschilds won the peace, collecting interest and tightening their grip on Europe as wars became more expensive than ever before. But none of their investments would yield a greater return than their role in financing the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine, a project that would eventually become the State of Israel.
How rude of me. I've been talking without the mic on. If you want to buy yourself a ticket, come over here. There's 139 people who are coming. It's basically going to be a live stream. And we're going to do a Q&A before and after. Or maybe just before. No, actually, we can do a live stream before and after. Why not? We can just wrap it into a live stream. That might be better. Yo, where's this lion's dick at? Sorry, but I don't think that's a woman. That's kind of how I feel about today. Where's our dick at? You know what I mean by that? Albania right now is like, fuck no on Trump's daughter and her Jeffrey Epstein replacement, or Jared Kushner. They want to buy this massive island off the coast of Albania. Is Albania? Algeria? What is it? I think it's Algeria. Anyway, I have a video I want to show you that explains why. It's not that they were fucking swimming on a boat and swimming and saw it and wanted to go inside or check it out. That's all bullshit. It used to be a military zone. They've got hundreds of miles. I don't know about hundreds, maybe thousands. No, tens of miles underground that are all bunkers and military related. There's a reason they want all that. And also you control that peninsula, that strait, if you have that. And now their people are like, fuck this. And they're organizing like we should. They're organizing with courage, with strength that I've never seen before. So let's watch this one.
Into a luxury resort. Kushner is not buying that island in Albania to turn it into a luxury resort. Kushner is not buying that island in Albania to turn it into a luxury resort. The story that they've put out is that this is a luxury resort project backed by the Saudis and facilitated by the Albanian government. So this is the island here. Look what even Google Maps has labeled this as, firstly. But let's zoom out a bit. That island is here, right there. It is at the exact point where the Adriatic Sea becomes the Ionian Sea, approximately 56 miles from Italy. The single most important geographic fact to understand is that whoever controls this island, Strazan, controls the Strait of Otranado. This narrow choke point between Albania and Italy is the only maritime gateway between the Adriatic and the Mediterranean. Historically, every single navy that has ever wanted to dominate this area or control trade through it has had to occupy and fortify Sazan. This means a lot of the work is already done for them. There are 3,600 nuclear survivable bunkers on this island. There's also 10 miles of underground tunnels connecting command posts, ammunition stores, submarine pens, and hideouts. There are Soviet submarine pens and deep water anchorages already there, ready for use. All of this militarizing of the island, preparation for nuclear war, was done during the Hoxha regime. I will do a separate video about the Hoxha regime in Albania. But here's the full chain of control. It passed from the Ottomans to the Italians to the Albanians to the Soviet Navy, back to the Albanians, and now suddenly it's going to a private American cartel. The through line here is that it has been a military garrison for the local navy. The exception at the end is that it's now being sold to Jared Kushner. Why is Europe allowing the Project 2025 guys to buy their own nuclear garrison in the middle of the Adriatic Sea? Well, we're not, because this was Albania yesterday. Shout out to anybody that was there, you absolute legends. It's not technically correct to say that it's Kushner and Ivana that are buying this island either. This is the Delaware Corporate Registry. This is the entity Atlantic Incubation Partners LLC. This is who's buying the island. That LLC is linked to Kushner's company Affinity Partners. And the CEO of Affinity Partners, Asher Abashira, is also listed as the chairman of Sazan Real Estate Development Company LLC. The legal home of Atlantic Incubation Partners is Delaware. It was formed on the 5th of April 2023, EN 9233297007. Kushner is the public face of this, but I'd like to introduce you to the rest of the Affinity Partners team. You'll get it here. Chad Mizell is Senior Legal Counsel for Affinity Partners. He served as Chief of Staff to the United States Justice Department in 2025. That's an immediate conflict of interest, and we're only at the first name. Nick Butterfield was the former Deputy White House Policy Coordinator from August 2019 to January 2021 under Donald Trump. Also, before that, he interned during George W. Bush's administration. When you search for Lauren Key, the first thing that comes up is the letter that the US Finance Committee had to send her in this CFO role a year ago, saying specifically, I write seeking information relating to the recent revelation that 99% of the investment funds that you are managing is coming from the Saudi Arabian government. This is Chairman Wyden's letter to her, where he literally opens it saying, it is deeply concerning that several Middle Eastern governments are using funds managed by Affinity as a means to pay millions of dollars in fees to the president's son. When I search for the name John Rader, the first thing that comes up is his bio at the Hoover Institution that confirms he is also senior counselor at Palantir and was chief of staff to the US Senator Bill Hagerty. He also spent 4 years in the White House. The next slide is what they call their Global Research and Geoeconomics team. The first one, Major General Miguel Correa, is a retired Green Beret 2-star US Army general. He was the Defense Attaché, which is the highest ranking member of the armed forces stationed in an overseas embassy. He was in Dubai. There, he coordinated a secret 2017 US Special Forces rescue of a downed Emirati helicopter in Yemen. He saved a wounded Emirati royal and became the personal hero to the Crown Prince. He is credited with coining the name Abraham Accords. Charming. The next one is Kevin Hassett, head of global research. Another screaming conflict of interest. Hello? Is the US democracy just for decoration? He is currently the director of the White House National Economic Council, the most senior economic policy job in the building. He is also a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, a teacher at the Columbia Business School, and as research affiliation with NBER. So the man who is currently the architect of US economic policy is also the head of research at a fund that is 99% financed by Middle East countries. That is a live conflict of interest, an unresolved one that demands a disclosure check, but it's not my country, so somebody should put some pressure on. And then this one, Cale Klingenpeel, is the former chief economist at the America First Policy Institute. You know, the Trump-aligned policy shop? Now, they're partners. Asad Nayavi is also a partner at Apis Partners, a private equity fund, and Wolfenson Fund Management, another private equity fund that was founded by the previous World Bank president, James Wolfenson. He's also ex-Lazard. It's weird how I read those positions as crimes, but he would probably hear them as a flattering compliment. But anyway, the pattern across his CV is the same machine, extracting fees from the poorest people on earth and dressing that up as inclusion. It's similar with the second one. Brett Perlman is also PE investment banking. I'd love these men to know that if I was sitting looking pretty in a bar with my girlfriends and they tried to send us drinks, I would spit in it and walk out. He was Blackstone's first ever undergraduate hire in 1989, rising to senior managing director. He then went on to co-found Elevation Partners, another private equity firm, a Silicon Valley one. Avi Berkowitz, also in the White House under the Trump administration. He worked on Trump's peace plan, the Gaza peace plan, and on the Abraham Accords. He was actually the lead White House negotiator on the Abraham Accords, the deal that normalized Israel's relations with the UAE. And then Tom Storch, according to the Atlantic Council, is a distinguished fellow in the Project for the Middle East Integration. Also, the deputy director of the National Economic Council, the deputy assistant to the president for the International Economic Affairs, the US lead negotiator at the G20 and the G7 coordination during the US host year 2020, senior director for global economics at NSC, and a senior international affairs official at the Department of Energy. This is going to have to be a two-parter.
Yes. Jared Kushner is controlling Trump behind the scenes. Trump is on the way out. It's crazy how like the same people who are like, oh my God, Biden's falling asleep. Yeah, he was. And now Trump is. And they're like, he works so hard. He's just taking a nap. It's crazy. And I think the one thing that the winners, I call the winners, are realizing is that left and right ain't shit. Get out of that mentality. That's kindergarten. Let's grow up now. Let's evolve. Let's go to middle school. And what middle school is about, that's actually cool, man, because it's being in the middle. High school is when you elevate higher above the middle and you go, oh shit, everything's the same. What is university? Well, then we create our own universe. We all get together and we create something new. Because right now, man, I think one of the only ways is either every human stops abiding the law and just doesn't create chaos, but just doesn't invest or pay or give back to where they're not trusting the government. If people created a bunch of little networks, a bunch of little tribes, they would all merge together at some point. I used to think that a big millionaire or billionaire could help the little people, but no one wants to do that. Oh, you saw that video around that long ago about Jared. Everything that we're seeing, the new IDs that you have to have. I know what video to play. We're going to go to my Instagram. I think, man, we might have a lot of fun here. All right, so check it out. We're going to share this real quick. This is kind of what I was talking about with the hypocrisy. So there is a court case where Trump loses to sexual abuse to E. Jean Carroll, and people source that. People will, okay. The people who are saying fuck you for calling Michael Jackson guilty, look, he was proven innocent in court. Yeah. All right. I can still have my opinion. But then here is this Trump being proven in court guilty, right? It's rigged. The system's rigged. Come on now. Like, your double standards don't apply. And I'm going to be here to call you out on that phony fucking hypocrisy. I'll call it out, man. So this is what I posted. And also, I'm a troll, dude. I'm a troll. Michael Jackson's repulsive legacy should carry the same condemnation as Jeffrey Epstein's. But then I think there's a higher level of evolution to understand. Michael Jackson grew up with Joe Jackson, who so badly wanted his children to conquer the industry. I think Joe pimped out Michael Jackson. I think what Michael Jackson is first a victim and then an abuser. It doesn't mean I don't like his music, but it does make me look at him different. When I see him, I see creep now, dude. I can't help but just see creep, dude. No fucking rich-ass adult male has sleepovers with kids in his bed and where the kids know the passcode to get into his bedroom and the parents don't. No amount of money is ever going to fool me. Now, like, the evolved approach is like, if you want to still love on him, see him as a victim. Because Joe is evil, and we know what the music industry was like back then. We know. Connect those dots, bro. I'm surprised any of the Jacksons haven't come out and talked about that. I'm sure Michael was fucking sexually abused, man, 100%. And I think he got swapped at one point, man. Maybe that Coca-Cola, the Pepsi commercial, whatever it was, with his hair. Maybe they swapped him during that time. And he looks like a zombie. I heard that too. You guys are thinking the same thoughts that I'm thinking, dude. Looks like a zombie. Yeah, he looks like a zombie. And Thriller, he was definitely dead. Because this is Thriller. Castrated Michael Jackson to make his voice high. Actually, there are clips where Michael sinks back into his actual voice. And this is part of the reason why when I see him talking, I think creep. Because he's putting on a show. He talks like this. No, stop it. Stop that. It's because I like them. They're innocent. They're innocent. No one talks like that. No one talks like that. And then there are moments where, like, he slips Yo, shout out to Lori Walter. I don't know if you're watching right now, but you just joined Good Line, and I want to give you some love. Some love. Dude, my brother was obsessed with Michael Jackson. Why are kids obsessed with Michael Jackson? Because he wants the kids. Come on. I wasn't obsessed when my brother was doing all those moves in the 5th grade talent show. So I grew up loving on him. And now my daughter's like learning piano music from Michael. Now it just makes you wonder, who are the rulers of this realm? Remember what they say? Lucifer. Lucifer is a fucking musician. Maybe the way we're seeing the world is fucked up. Because this ain't our world. We want it to be our world, but this isn't our world. Maybe the way we're looking at it is. I know you guys are looking at those tits, so I want to show you. All right, it's a pretty good one.
Dating app messages. And my brother let me go through his dating app messages, and I need to talk about it because what the fuck is wrong with women? First girl, they match. He asks her on a date. She says, "Where are you taking me?" He says, "A steakhouse downtown." She says, "It the expensive one or the one on 5th Street?" He said, 5th Street. She unmatched him over the location of a steakhouse. Second girl, talked to for a week. He planned a whole date, coffee, then a walk by the river. She texted him the morning of, "Honestly, I'm more of a dinner and drinks girl. If you can't do that, then I don't think we're compatible." They never even met, and she's already got a price tag on his time. Third girl told him, and this is a direct quote, "I'm talking to a few guys right now, so whoever plans the best first date is probably who I'll go with." She literally turned his dating life into a bidding war. Y'all are out here treating men like DoorDash for a free night out and then wondering why they stopped putting in effort. I'm genuinely embarrassed.
You know, what's up, Kel? I like to red pill people on all fronts. So some people are like, why are you posting this? Did someone hack your account? No, but there are young men out there who need to understand. They need to stop giving out their precious resources, their time and their money and their love to the generation that's taking up maybe 80 or to 90% of females now. And it bleeds into generations around it. Will it get better? I don't know. I don't think so. It's record breaking for numbers regarding men and women who are single, women who have no children over 30. The feminist movement just got them by the fucking ovaries and turned them into literal balls. And now they're the ones who are competing with who they're supposed to be led by. And it's creating a lot of fucked up shit for them because men, they age. I think I look better than how I looked when I was 33. When I first came on the scene, maybe I could have been a little preppy. I didn't have much leathery feel. I feel like for a man, the leather skin is like, this guy's been through shit. And also like the beard, when it grows out some white, then it's like respect, bro. You earn that. That to me, I love it. The males have it better getting older. Their seeds don't run out. At the very core of it all, their seeds don't run out. Now with females, they do. It's not the right time to be convinced by feminist traits that I can do what a man does. I can do it all by myself. No, you can't fuck yourself and have a baby. Not yet. What's up, Marley? Not yet. So I see it everywhere, dude. I even see fucking smart women calling it out just like her. And I love that. I love that a lot. I like it a lot. A lot. Dude, people got so mad that I said Michael Jackson was guilty, they'd stop following me. Fucking pussy ass bitches. Pussy motherfuckers. Oh my God, a different opinion. I can't. I just can't. Okay, we're going to get to some cool videos, all right? If you really want to know what goes on in my head, FBI, you should look at what I recycle on Instagram. Never want to do what men do. Nick, I'm gonna have to watch the Brotherhood video you put out. I open up the podcast sometimes with the video of me smoking weed. Mary Jane Pants was the day before that it was American flag dance. Lordy. All right.
Hey,
let's watch this one. This one's a little more relative. I got to cough a lot. All right, here we go. Here we go.
I'm going to tell you something that you need to understand. We have until the beginning of November to get prepared. For those of you who are thinking that the midterm elections is going to be the thing that saves America, it's going to change the course that we're on, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. That's not going to fucking happen. We have already seen it over and over again that this administration is willing to throw an obnoxious, abundant amount of money at primaries and local elections to get their candidates in. We have already seen that this administration still refuses to acknowledge the 2020 election results. This administration has vowed to put ICE agents at every single voting station across America. They're trying to push the Save America Act, which will gut voting rights for millions of Americans. And you still think this is going to be a fair game? This is not going to be the thing that fixes America. If anything, it is going to be the final fucking nail in the coffin. And we're not going to complain our way out of it. We're not going to make social media videos to get out of this situation. Peaceful protests won't even get us out of this situation. We need to start looking at the reality of what's happening and what needs to be done. And if you're still using terms like Trump derangement syndrome, libtard, maggot, or trying to compare the two parties to see which one's better, you're not ready to understand what's going on. And you're sure as shit not ready to come up with a solution that's going to help us. Because you still have some kind of self-deluded theory that there is a system out there that works for us. But newsflash, we've had a two-party system for a long fucking time, and we are still in the situation that we are in now. What does that tell you? So while Trump and this administration are busy trying to put his fucking name and face on everything that they can, building UFC arenas, painting reflective pools, and all that other fucking nonsense, find a group, get together with people, and start figuring a plan. All these groups are going to come together at some point, so it doesn't matter which group you choose. Pick a fucking group and get in with them. Figure out how you're going to protect yourself and your family and your friends. November is right around the corner, and if I'm right, we're fucked without a plan. Stop thinking that it can't happen here. It already is. I'm going to tell you something that you need to.
I think that's the part that most people don't understand. Stop thinking that it can't happen here. That's what happens everywhere it happens. And I think the average lifespan for like a republic is 250 years, right? And we're there. I wonder what Hawaii is going to look like. I think if the Hawaiian military here wanted to try and take back their land, that would be the time to do it. Did you hear about them changing what you call parents in New York? The mother will be the gestation parent, father the not. What the fuck, dude? That's stupid. I need some of that brown bottle cough medicine. No. Why suppress what is naturally trying to be released? It's like when I had hiccups, everyone wanted to recommend something, and I know y'all care, but just don't. I know what's going on with me. Just don't. I smoke weed. All right, got a problem? Got a card for it. I can use my medicine how I want.
I still can't believe this is the guy.
No.
Hey, here's the thing. Donald Trump is dying. I've seen several other.
All right.
I was really sitting here trying to really think to myself, why should a man in 2026 actually date a woman or commit to a woman? Because I feel like...
Hey, here's the thing. Donald Trump is dying. I've seen several other creators talk about this, and I agree with them. The man has been not seen for days at a time and then suddenly reappears. He is struggling to stand. We saw that on Memorial Day where he was like doing the weeble wobble at the wreath laying ceremony. We see him nodding off constantly, example after example after example. And then yesterday, we saw him kind of leaned off to one side as he sat in the Oval Office and proceeded to close his eyes, which demonstrates that not only can he not walk very well, if at all, I don't know, it's been a while since I've seen him walk anywhere. He's always seated, but he also cannot remain, upright and aligned. So the reality that we're dealing with here is that while the exit from this planet may not be imminent, it is certainly happening. He keeps going back to Walter Reed to have these cognitive tests, and that is not a normal thing. It is not a normal thing to have repeated cognitive tests unless there is a reason to have them. I mean, sure, your physical exam after a certain age, doctors will ask you questions to make sure there are no signs of dementia or cognitive issues. But the idea that we're repeating, they're tracking the progression of his dementia at this point. So anyway, I just wanted to show you what I did today.
It is time.
Okay, so she's getting ready to celebrate, which we should celebrate. Let's smoke some weed right now, everybody. Let's see. I still got a pack bowl. Why do you guys smoke weed? Let me ask everybody around, because I know some people who tell me, even though it's legal for me, they still have an issue with it. And what I think is, do they got wine at their house? Do they got vodka or tequila? Well, fuck, I would say I'm going to judge you way harder for fucking frying your brain cells when studies have come out that show the real frying is alcohol, not weed. Weed actually preserves your fucking neural cells. It is actually being found to be better. Well, we don't have alcohol receptor cells, do we? No, but we have cannabinoid receptor cells, meaning God fucking knew we should have weed. Did I just see smoke come out of there? Maybe it's a premonition of the smoke I'm about to exhale. Let's do that. I just want to put on a song for us to smoke out to. And then we're probably going to watch this video on this Statue of Liberty and what it was really about. That's the 30-minute. We'll do that after we smokey smoke. Tell me what kind of weed you're smoking. What kind of weed are you smoking? Oh my god. Sorry. Let's listen to that song. This guy's cool. Sure was. I'd listen to these people and I'm like, damn, what a world they create. And then I go find their Instagram and I'm like, nobody follows you. Just how it is in today's world, man. But the people who know, they know. The people who know, they know. Do you know? The people who know, you know, they know. All right. Endocannabinoid system. I've smoked weed since I was 17. I'm an old woman now. In perfect health. I still smoke every day. If you don't look old, girl, that's why. You look hot. Indica. Oh, cool. Everyone's sharing, is caring. Puff, puff, pass. Well, let me tell you what I'm smoking. No, that's not what I'm smoking. But I'm going to add this to the bowl. This is called boba, which is an indica. Oh, grandma. It's limonene, linalool, and pinene. It's a lesser percentage of THC, which is good if you want to relax and not having like rushed creativity feelings. I do have edibles. I do use a vape. I use this medicinally. I don't know who's to decide whether it's, I guess, yeah, dosage is my, yeah. It just reminded me of grandma. All right. Let's, what are we waiting for, Nick? Come on, dude. Oh. All I want to do is fly away. Fly away. Show them who we are. Yeah. Yeah. Singing out of joy, out of pain, out of love. Oh, been holding on to a dream just a bit too long. What you wanna prove to after all these years? Can I take a break from myself, from my mind, rolling for a day? When I'm in the bed, no need to bring it back. All I wanna do is fly away. Fly away. No hindrance in the way. I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer. No paying back. I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer. Been holding on to a dream just a bit too long. What can you do but to dream? Finding me and you. Here we are, me and you. It's a fierce life. It's a fierce life. It's a fierce life. All I wanna do is fly away. Fly away. Wanna fly away. Far away. Working out the airport, but we never fly away. Just working out the airport. We wanna fly away. Fly away. Fly away. Yo, you know what song normally comes after that on my playlist? Let's see. Does it register it like that? No, I have to I have to look at it on my phone because it's a good one and it's a great one for right now. No, that's not it. That one. That's probably it. No. It's that? That's the name of it? Weird. No wonder. All right. I was just telling Script Keeper, I'm down to move away from Hawaii pretty soon. I move around a lot. Dude, I love Nika right now. I just want to say. Dude, this song has 190 fucking plays from the actual band itself. The flip. That's crazy, bro. Dude, I stopped smoking cigarettes. Does that cause a cough? Do you think that causes coughs when you stop? I think so, because you're detoxing. You're detoxing, letting it all out. Mm-hmm. That's some frog shit. Florida. I would go to Florida if my daughter moves to New York. I wouldn't move to New York, but I would move to Florida. And then I'd visit her every now and then. A lot quicker. I could even drive. I love a good drive. That'd be so much fun. Flying or driving, but just to go hang, I'd be only hours away, not like 6 or 7. Oh my God, I'm gonna sneeze. I know it. I guess not. All right, music time. One more song. Pardon me. I'm sorry I keep coughing in front of you guys, but not really. You're here. You're my guest. You have to endure it. A lot of people I know in Florida.
How do you see things now? From way further out, have you come around?
I really held it in there. I've been getting confident. It's because I was sick for 3 weeks with lung action, and then now sometimes I'm a little too confident after like holding it in, you know. Anyway, Kaplow. Dude, making movies the way I've been making movies is so fun. You know why? There's songs that I've heard in the past where I made music videos to them, or really actually there were films, but the music was accompanying it. And now I realize a lot of those scenes I can do. And then that opens the door to this. Here's what happened the other day. The other day, in the middle of making this movie, which has a lot of Villeneuve style, I think it's Villeneuve. Dennis Villeneuve. Is that his name? I might be butchering his name. He's a cinematographer, and he does Blade Runner 2049. And I watched it, and my movie kind of looks like that in the beginning. Why does that matter? Because look, I'm starting to realize something. Now that I know that I can create pivotal scenes of a movie that I want to make, then I can make it and use it as the pitch. And if there's any direct line for me to get somewhere where a production company throws down millions for me to make something, this would be it. And so most people don't even fuck with that train of thought because they don't create a story because they don't believe that they can make it. So the bold ones are the ones who believe that maybe I'm going to make this somehow. So with that kind of energy, after I watched 2049, I in my own world created Blade Runner 2099. And that was so much fun. I spent the whole day developing, and I'll let you know. Remember how I talked about in the beginning of this podcast, the continuity and the archivist, and then the natural ones who just want to be in the natural world? That's all from Blade Runner 2099 that I created. And what it ties in are the exact ideas where now it doesn't matter if you're a replicant or not, or if your memories are real or not. What really matters is what is real, because for each of those categories, reality is true to them. And in the end, that's what kind of what you get when you leave. There's a lot of things that you can wonder, but the point overall is there's no one to divide from when you understand everyone is right in their way, but you just understand who they are and what kind of life they'd prefer to live. And I tell that pretty fucking cool. It's a cool fucking movie. So now for fun, I'm going to write the screenplay. And just for my own desire to see how it plays. The thing is, I spent all day, so now I know all the parts. I know the parts people leave the movie theater thinking like, damn, bro, like they talk to their friends like that scene. And then they'll be like, no, but that scene though. And there's usually 3 scenes that become memorable. And so look, all I have to do is generate a scene. Because now making the storyboard is almost as immediate as making a visual AI assisted representation of what it is you have in your head. And making one of those, pitching that to a studio, and then being able to at least start a relationship with studios. This is kind of, I'm just talking about what I think about for my future sometimes. Because building Good Lion and being CEO of GoodLion.tv, that's always going to be there. It's going to evolve in different ways. At some point, everything's going to be free and people are going to get paid to watch. What's up, Alita? Did it notify you? I had to fix some stuff with Rumble. So then on Monday, I couldn't go live from Rumble because They were making things complicated. It's been like a troubleshooting week. Is Mercury in retrograde? I stopped tracking that for years, man, but I was always on top. Anyway, that's my world. It's just so much fun making AI stuff. It's like, and I'm going to teach you guys. It's going to be a charge. You're going to have to pay for it, because if you want to be in there and just learn the theory and just hang out, I don't give a fuck. Hang out. Actually, you know, if you're not planning on using it but just want to hang out, come on in. Kind of like sit in the back of the class when it's not your class. You know, you're just sneaking in. Do that, because maybe it'll inspire. But I don't know what kind of world we're heading in. And I don't know what. Well, I think certain tools are going to get more used than others. I don't think comedy is going anywhere. I don't think any robots are going to be doing stand-up. I don't think robots are going to be writing humorous television or movies. I don't think they have the soul to. So I think in a crazy fucking way, the arts are going to be really more appreciated and valued, because people are going to want to get away from their world. So why not learn how to do art? Movies combine all the arts together. And that's what makes movies the greatest storytelling mechanism. And if you know how to watch movies like I do, fuck, this is what we're going to do too. I've already talked about this before, but these are ideas that are bridging over time. And not to you guys. I haven't told you guys this, just with others. I want to do a great director's class where we watch movies together. And one of my favorite professors, Roger Durling from Santa Barbara City College, who is the director of the film festival, Santa Barbara International Film Festival, he probably still is. He's the most flamboyant, cool, goth, rebellious fucking professor who would have us in his class, which was a movie theater. And he would get screenings of movies before they came out. Like we saw Birdman before it came out. And he would pause it for us and explain what we were seeing on screen and how it added to the story. That's called mise en scène. That's where you can get more of the heart of the story and theme through the physical movement of the camera, or the placing of the people, or the framing and the people, like and the objects around, or the symbolism. There's cool tricks that directors do that no other directors do. And then when you're an audience member who can think that way too, then you can never be bored in a movie if it's a good director. Because then you're just like, what a shot. Because there's stuff that you're more receptive into feeling and understanding, because you're looking out for it now. I heard someone the other day say, it's like, no, I'm just trying to like do less TV, not watch movies, and just be outside more. He's like, I can't stand movies, they're just boring. And I was like, he needs to see like I see. But I get why he sees the way he sees. The movies are fucking cool. I just want to watch movies and do exactly what he did. And point out the certain areas that emphasize something you feel that you might not understand. The positioning of everything on the screen is helping you feel that way. What do you mean, Nick? For example, if you go moving the camera on a scene from right to left, you're going to create tension. People don't read that. People read from left to right. If you want them to feel comfortable in a shot, go from left to right. But if you want some subtle tension, like you're about to go up to a bad guy, or there's anxiety around the corner and they're walking to it, go from right to left. And now your people are feeling something, and they don't even fucking know why. Like, these are the little tips and tricks of a director that he has in his quiver for almost everything. You know, like if you want your subject matter to be strong and how do you do that if they're weak? What if they're Al Pacino? Well, come down below and look up at them, and they take bigger space in the frame, and that defies their presence. It's big. Boom. You know, that's some cinema shit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That's where I get all fucking obsessed with movies, because they're so fun to watch like that. And if you've been my girlfriend, and if you're spying on me and you're watching, they learn how to watch movies hanging out with me. Because I do that. because it's fun. It is fun. All right. Dude, that place is tight, Script. You just showed me a picture, or you sent me to that place. All right. Okay. Damn, I share a lot on here. All right. So a lot of people think Trump is dying. I'm not sure. I don't care. I don't know what's going on anymore. I really don't. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's what we want to do. Let's put on this fucking. Hold on a sec. We're gonna watch this video about the Statue of Liberty. It's so cool that it knew what I wanted.
Buried century.
Let's just give it a shot, you know? Let's give it a shot because I haven't watched it. So I don't know. Not really sure. Oh, I saw someone say Nick V likes Michael Jackson. I know. Just depends on who he is. Is he a continuist or is he an archivist? Is he seeking truth and can put his comfort aside and examine it? Or does he not care if it's true or not? That he would prefer to stay in the Matrix. Damn. I think we're all dying, to be honest. Like, no one's staying. Like, are we dying or staying alive? Or thriving? I can tell you something. Trump's not thriving. He's more, in that regard, more so dying than staying. He's probably staying alive, you know? He's just kind of, he doesn't look strong. I think Jared Kushner's, we're just going to find out. It's not far from the corner. It's around the corner. It's about to start everything that can't be reversed. It can't be reversed. We're heading into a place that hopefully we will learn to like. This is the Statue of Liberty. It was never about freedom. Jordan Maxwell would agree. When you ask for liberty, you are asking for permission to have freedom to go wander somewhere. Literally, a boat would come down, dock, and you'd come out and ask for liberty to go to where you were headed. It's not freedom. It's not what it means. But you didn't know that. But if you did know that, you're in the right place.
Buried century, Mark II. The Statue of Liberty was never about freedom. It sits on an 11-pointed star fort. Most people who visit the Statue of Liberty never look at the base. They take the ferry from Battery Park. They line up for the security check. They climb the steps to the pedestal.
Whoops.
They look up at the green copper figure with the torch and the tablet, and they take their photographs and they read the plaque about the huddled masses yearning to breathe free. And they get back on the ferry and they go home. They do not look down. They do not walk the perimeter of the structure on which the statue is built. They do not count the corners. They do not measure the angles. And because they do not look, they do not see what is underneath their feet. They do not see that the statue they have come to admire is sitting on top of an 11-pointed star fortification that does not match anything else in the documented history of American military engineering. They do not see that the structure beneath the pedestal is older than the official record claims, that its geometry corresponds to fortifications built across multiple continents in centuries that predate the United States, and that the official explanation for its existence collapses the moment you compare it to the structures the same engineer is supposed to have designed elsewhere. The Statue of Liberty was never about freedom. It is a specific monument with a specific iconography, dedicated by a specific organization, placed deliberately on top of a structure whose origin has been deliberately obscured. The official story is so smooth, so well rehearsed, so universally accepted that almost nobody thinks to question it. But the structure is still there. The geometry has not changed. The masonry can be measured. The angles can be compared. And once you start looking, the cracks in the official narrative spread in every direction. They lead you to a network of similar structures across Europe and Asia, structures the textbooks insist were built in different centuries by different cultures for different reasons, but which all share the same impossible features. They lead you to a class of monumental sculpture whose iconography points back to ancient pre-Christian symbolism that has been scrubbed from the public-facing history of the project. And they lead you eventually to the larger question that the keepers of the official record have spent 2 centuries trying to keep buried. The question of what was actually here before and who actually built it and why we are not allowed to ask. This is the story of the 11-pointed star at the entrance to New York Harbor, what it actually is, and why the most famous statue in the world was placed on top of it. If you want more of these investigations, the kind of buried history the textbooks have spent generations trying to keep out of the public conversation, subscribe to the channel right now. New videos drop every week, and we go after the questions the official record has spent centuries closing. The official version of the story can be found on any government website. The structure beneath the Statue of Liberty is called Fort Wood. It was named after a Lieutenant Colonel Eleazar Wood who died at the Battle of Fort Erie in 1814. The fort was built between 1808 and 1811, designed by a young Army engineer named Joseph Gilbert Totten as part of a coastal defense system erected by the United States in the years before the War of 1812. The site was an island in New York Harbor called Bedloes Island after a Dutch colonist who owned it in the 17th century. After the War of 1812, the fort served various secondary functions for the rest of the 19th century. By the 1870s, when the French began discussing the gift of a colossal statue to the United States, the fort had fallen into disuse. The 11-pointed star walls were already there. They were a convenient pedestal. The statue was placed on top of them. And that, the official record says, is the entire story. There are several problems with this account. The first problem is the engineer. Joseph Totten is a real and well-documented figure. He graduated from West Point in 1805. He served in the Corps of Engineers for the rest of his career, eventually becoming the Chief Engineer of the United States Army. He designed and supervised the construction of dozens of coastal fortifications across the eastern seaboard and the Gulf of Mexico. His work is exhaustively documented. His designs are preserved in the National Archives. His correspondence with the War Department fills multiple volumes. And nowhere, in the entire documented body of his work, is there another structure remotely like Fort Wood. Look at the forts Totten designed in the years immediately after Bedloes Island. Fort Adams in Newport, Rhode Island, started in the 1820s, is a pentagonal bastioned fort with hornworks. Fort Monroe in Hampton, Virginia, started in 1819, is an irregular hexagon. Fort Macon in North Carolina, completed in the 1830s, is a 5-pointed star. Fort Pulaski in Georgia, finished in the 1840s, is a pentagonal casemated fort. Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, on which Totten worked extensively, is a pentagonal masonry fort. The pattern is consistent. Totten designed pentagonal and hexagonal forts. He used straightforward bastion geometry. He designed for specific defensive functions and specific lines of fire. His work is competent, conventional, and recognizable as American military engineering of the early 19th century. Fort Wood is not. Fort Wood is an 11-pointed star with a geometry that has no parallel in any other Totten design, no parallel in any other American military structure of the period, and no obvious defensive logic. Why would the same engineer who designed straightforward pentagons everywhere else suddenly produce an 11-pointed star at Bedloes Island, never explain why, and never repeat the design anywhere else for the rest of his career? The second problem is the masonry.
Fishy.
The walls of Fort Wood are constructed of cut granite blocks that are fitted with a degree of precision unusual for American military construction of the early 19th century.
Right.
The corners are dressed with finished edges, the joints are tight, the stones are large, regular, and laid in courses that suggest decades of practice in master masonry. American military construction in the years before the War of 1812 was, by contrast, generally hurried. The Republic was young, the treasury was thin, the forts of the period were built quickly, with the labor and materials available locally, and they show it. They are functional, but rough. Fort Wood does not look like the work of a hurried American Republic in 1810. It looks like the work of an established European masonry tradition, the kind of tradition that produced the great star forts of the Netherlands, of northern Italy, of the German principalities. The masonry is too good for the period and the place, and when you compare it directly to the masonry of other Totten projects of the same era, the contrast is immediate. His other work looks American. Fort Wood looks European, and not just European, but specifically belonging to a tradition of fortification construction that was already considered antique by 1810. The third problem is the geometry itself. 11-pointed stars are not standard military geometry. The classical bastion forts of the 17th and 18th centuries used 5, 6, 7, or 8 points. The Vauban tradition in France, which dominated European fortification design from the late 17th century onward, almost never used star geometries above 8 points, because there was no defensive reason to do so. Adding more points reduced the field of fire from each bastion, made the perimeter harder to garrison, and complicated the supply lines. 11 points is, from a military engineering perspective, an irrational choice. It was not a Vauban choice, it was not a Cohorn choice, it was not a Totten choice for the reasons already discussed. So whose choice was it? The 11-pointed star is, however, common in a different tradition entirely.
Look at these faggots.
It appears repeatedly in the architectural symbolism of certain European secret societies,
Pure fact.
in the cosmological diagrams of Renaissance Hermeticists, in the floor designs of certain cathedrals, and in the heraldic devices of certain ancient orders.
Where are the boobs?
The number 11 in the Western esoteric tradition has specific symbolic associations. It is the number of the threshold, of the gate between worlds, of the principle of mastery. An 11-pointed star at the entrance to a major harbor is not a defensive structure. It is a symbolic statement, and the people who placed an 11-pointed star at the southern entrance of New York Harbor were not interested in defense. They were interested in marking the entrance with a specific symbol drawn from a specific tradition. Now, here is where the story gets larger, because Fort Wood is not unique. It is one of a class of structures that exist around the world, structures that share specific design features, that are concentrated in particular geographic zones, and whose official explanations all suffer from the same kind of problems we have just identified at Bedloes Island. In the Netherlands, in the small town of Bourtange near the German border, there is a star fort whose construction the official record dates to the late 16th century, but whose underlying foundations have never been properly excavated, and whose alignment matches the Fort Wood alignment within a few degrees. In northern Italy, the city of Palmanova is built around a 9-pointed star with an inner 18-pointed bastion ring. In Hungary, in the town of Komárom, there is a system of fortification.
I could take that photo and turn it into real video AI shit. I could do that. Literally. It's 444 right now. Here. My heart goes out to y'all.
That the textbooks attribute to the Habsburgs, but whose lower courses, examined directly, show stonework that predates Habsburg control of the region by centuries. In Russia, across the territory that older European maps label Tartaria, there are dozens of star fortifications, many of them in remote regions, many of them with 11-point or 12-point geometry.
Did my guy just say Tartaria? Tartaria? Bro, have we been saying it wrong or is he saying it right? Tartaria sounds way more like a country. That's Tartaria, bro. Tartaria, Tartaria. My boy just brought in a whole new pronunciation to me. Tartaria. Come on. Oh, man. I'm going to be sitting on that one for a while.
All of them officially attributed to 19th century Russian military construction, but none of them with documented construction records that hold up to scrutiny. In South America, the pattern repeats. The city of Cartagena de Indias on the Caribbean coast of Colombia is surrounded by a system of star fortifications that the official record attributes to Spanish colonial construction in the 17th and 18th centuries.
It takes 90 seconds for this NASA-engineered AC cool down your room. It's smaller than a toaster, cools any room in 90 seconds, and uses just a fraction of the energy of...
The masonry of these structures examined directly shows multiple periods of construction. The lower courses, in many cases, predate the Spanish arrival in the region. The geometry of the fortifications corresponds to the same family of designs found at Bedloes Island in northern Italy, in Central Asia. The Spanish, by their own admission in the colonial archives, did not design these structures from scratch. They incorporated existing earthworks and stone foundations into their colonial defences. The existing structures are described in the early Spanish documents as having been there when the Spanish arrived. By whom they were built, the Spanish never determined. The local indigenous population had no tradition of monumental stone fortification. The structures, in the words of one early Spanish military engineer whose report survives in the Madrid archives, were of a type and quality that pointed to a culture of which the local people retained no memory. This pattern, repeated across continents, is the pattern that mainstream history does not want assembled in one place. Star forts of complex geometry are not a phenomenon of late medieval and early modern European engineering. They are far older. They are far more widespread. The named European engineers who took credit for them in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries were, in many cases, the inheritors rather than the originators. They walked into landscapes already populated with these structures. They refurbished them. They incorporated them into their own military plans, and they wrote them up in their official reports in language that gave the impression they had designed them. The reports went into the archives. The archives became the source material for the historians of the late 19th and 20th centuries. The original origin of the structures, which was openly speculated about in the older travel literature, was quietly dropped from the modern academic discussion. Consider what the older travel literature actually says. In the 17th and 18th centuries, before the modern academic establishment had organized itself into a single coherent narrative about the history of European architecture, European travelers wrote about what they saw with a candor that the later academics found inconvenient. The German diplomat Adam Ilarius, traveling through Muscovy and Persia in the 1630s, described star fortifications in the interior of the Russian Empire that the local inhabitants attributed to a vanished civilization. He published his account in 1647. The book was a bestseller. It was translated into multiple languages and was considered a standard reference on the region for over a century. The German naturalist Engelbert Kempfer, writing in 1712, described similar structures in Central Asia and made the same point. The Frenchman Jean Chardin, in his account of his travels in Persia, described fortifications that did not match any known historical construction and that the local people said had always been there. These accounts, taken together, paint a consistent picture. The territory east of the Vistula and south of the Volga was, in the 17th century, dotted with monumental star fortifications whose origin nobody could explain, that the local populations attributed to a vanished imperial culture, and that the European visitors recognized as superior in workmanship to anything being built in their own time. By the late 19th century, all of this had been quietly written out of the standard histories. The structures were reattributed to 19th century Russian military construction. The travel accounts were dropped from the curriculum. The local oral traditions were dismissed as folklore. And the question of what had actually been built, where and by whom, was no longer something a serious academic could discuss in public without damaging his reputation. This is the moment of the rewrite. It happened across Europe and Russia, across Asia and the Americas, in the same decades, by the same kind of institutions, with the same kind of consequences. The world had inherited a vast architectural patrimony. The new academic establishments of the late 19th century took that patrimony and reassigned it to a much smaller and more recent set of named engineers, none of whom had the resources or the manpower or the time to have actually built what was attributed to them. The lie was never explicit. It was a lie of consistent omission, repeated until it became indistinguishable from history. And this is the context in which Fort Wood needs to be understood. The 11-pointed star at Bedloe's Island is not an oddity. It is one node in a global network. The masonry, the geometry, the alignment, all of it points to the same older tradition of monumental construction that we find scattered across the territories of historical Tartaria, across the older fortifications of Europe, across the inherited colonial defenses of the Spanish Americas. The structure was already there when the United States took possession of Bedloe's Island. The American military engineers who took credit for it in the early 19th century did what their European counterparts had been doing for 200 years. They incorporated the existing structure into a new official narrative, dated it to their own period, attached it to a named designer, and wrote it up as if it had been built from scratch. So what was Bedloe's Island before it was Fort Wood? The honest answer is that we do not know with full certainty, because the records of the early colonial period are thin, and the records before the colonial period are non-existent. What we can say is that the island had been used and reused for various purposes for at least 2 centuries before the construction of the official fort. We can say that there are scattered 17th and 18th century references to structures on the island that do not match the conventional explanation. We can say that the 11-pointed geometry of the existing walls fits the broader pattern of inherited star fortifications across the world. And we can say that the choice of this specific site, with its specific geometry and its specific alignment, for the placement of the most prominent monument in the harbour was not an accident.
Right.
The men who chose the site knew what was already there. They knew its symbolic associations. They chose it precisely because of those associations.
Also, this is around the same time my next movie starts. This is around 1810. This next movie starts 1812. I really wish I knew what they were up to, for real. These Freemasons that came here as the founding fathers, eventually, they were into some fucking shit, dude. What's up, Anthony? Welcome. Dude, life is good. I'm releasing a new movie soon. It's going to be in 5 languages. I made friends with a Japanese truther, and we talk in Japanese because I translate what I say and what I write. And then I'm learning how the Rothschilds infiltrated the Japanese government around the late 40s. And it's kind of wild to see the web and how it extended like that. That web really extended it, which is fucking crazy. I guess they infiltrated by getting this Japanese general. I don't know what the fuck. Like he was supposed to attack the UK, but they got to him. And then then we struck Pearl Harbor. Yeah. They struck Pearl Harbor. Anyway, who's narrating? Who is this narrating? Who is this narrating? I don't know if he gives a name, but Buried Century is the name of his channel. He's great, dude. This guy inspired me on adding the part of Rothschild Island to the last movie I did that I'm working on. So I saw his video and I was like, say what? Say what? All right. Let's dive back in. Alita says that her history teacher told them that they were scum of the earth. Fuck, dude. They were going through some hurt. Come to work and just fucking, we're all scum. Was he depressed? Was he fat? Was he, not saying that fat people are depressed. I'm just going down a random list. Was he black? I had to include it. I don't care. Don't answer it. Anyway, let's just.
The men in question were Frederic Auguste Bartholdi, the French sculptor who designed the statue, Edouard de Laboulaye, the French politician who originated the project, Richard Morris Hunt, the American architect who designed the pedestal, Joseph Pulitzer, who ran the public fundraising campaign, and Gustave Eiffel, who designed the internal iron framework. All of them, by the public record of their lodge memberships, were Freemasons. The cornerstone of the pedestal was laid on August 5th, 1884, by William A. Brodie, the Grand Master of Masons of the state of New York, in a public ceremony that followed the traditional Masonic ritual for the consecration of a public structure. Corn was scattered over the cornerstone, wine was poured, oil was poured, the cornerstone was struck 3 times with a gavel. A copper box was placed inside the cornerstone containing a copy of the Constitution, copies of the New York newspapers of the day, a list of contributors, and other items that have never been fully catalogued in any public source. The ceremony was attended by hundreds of Masons in formal regalia. It was reported in the newspapers. It is a matter of public record. The dedication of the statue itself 2 years later was similarly attended by Masonic dignitaries from across the country. The official iconography of the statue, when examined in detail, follows the symbolic conventions of the same tradition. The figure of liberty as Bartholdi designed her is not the figure of liberty as the United States had previously imagined it. The American iconography of liberty in the late 18th and early 19th centuries had been the figure of Columbia, a female figure in classical robes, often with a Phrygian cap or a sword, generally smaller in scale and more domestic in tone. Bartholdi's figure is something else. She is colossal. She wears a 7-rayed crown. She holds a torch and a tablet. She faces outward toward the open sea in the posture of a guardian of the gates. The closest historical parallel to her, by Bartholdi's own admission, is the Pharos of Alexandria, the great lighthouse of the ancient world, which was a colossal goddess figure standing at the entrance to a major harbor. Bartholdi's original concept for the figure had been developed for a different project, a colossal lighthouse at the entrance to the Suez Canal, depicting a robed Egyptian female figure holding a torch. The Egyptian project did not move forward. He reused the design for the American project. The figure that now stands in New York Harbor is, in its iconographic lineage, a direct adaptation of an ancient lighthouse goddess figure placed on top of an 11-pointed star fortification of unexplained origin, dedicated with the rituals of a specific organization. The 7-rayed crown is itself a specific iconographic choice. It was not a generic decorative element. It corresponded, in the iconographic tradition Bartholdi was working in, to the 7 planetary spheres of the older cosmological systems, the 7 rays of the older solar religions, the 7 hierarchical levels of certain initiatory traditions. The torch was the torch of illumination, in the specific sense that the term was used in the writings of the European Illuminist movements of the 18th and 19th centuries. The tablet, often interpreted in the public-facing version as the tablet of the law of the Declaration of Independence, carried older iconographic associations with the tablets of esoteric law as understood in the older Hermetic tradition. None of these associations are speculative. They are documented in Bartholdi's own correspondence, in the writings of his collaborators, in the published statements of the Masonic organizations involved in the project. They are simply not part of the public-facing version of the story that is told to the millions of tourists who visit the statue every year. What this means, when you put it all together, is that the Statue of Liberty was never about freedom in the sense that the public has been taught. The statue is a specific iconographic monument, drawn from a specific symbolic tradition, dedicated with the rituals of a specific organization, placed deliberately on top of an 11-pointed star fortification, whose origin was already obscured by the time of the dedication. The public-facing meaning, the immigration story, the huddled masses, the gift from one republic to another, was a layer of narrative paint applied over the actual symbolic content. The actual symbolic content was a marker placed at the entrance to one of the most important harbors of the New World, in the same iconographic language that had been used to mark major harbors in the older world, in a tradition stretching back through the lighthouses of the Mediterranean to the goddess figures of the ancient Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. And the 11-pointed star at the foundation is the deepest visible layer. It is what was there before the statue, before the official Fort Wood narrative, before the American Republic itself, in any meaningful sense. It points back to a tradition of monumental construction that the modern academic establishment has collectively decided not to examine. It connects by its geometry and its alignment and its masonry to the network of inherited star fortifications that span the territories of the older European empires and the territories that the older maps labeled Tartaria. It is the most visible piece of evidence in the most visited harbor in the world that the story we have been told about the construction of the modern world is not the story that the physical evidence on the ground supports. If the 11-pointed star at Bedloes Island is part of this older inherited tradition, then the official story of New York Harbor itself begins to look different. The Dutch did not arrive in a virgin wilderness in the 17th century. The English did not inherit a blank canvas in the late 17th century. The Americans did not build a new harbor on top of nothing. They inherited, layer by layer, a landscape that had been organized and built upon by something earlier, something the official record has chosen to forget, something whose physical traces are still visible to anyone who chooses to look. The 11-pointed star is the most prominent of those traces. It sits in plain sight, photographed by millions of tourists every year, hiding in front of everyone, while the public-facing story trains every visitor to look at the statue on top and not at the structure beneath. The same pattern repeats in city after city across the Americas. The old fortifications of Boston Harbor, the structures at Alcatraz and Angel Island in San Francisco Bay, the river forts of New Orleans, the harbor defenses of Charleston, all of them carry the same anomalies. Refined masonry that does not match the historical period, geometries that do not match the standard military traditions, construction records that disappear when examined closely, official explanations that collapse the moment the physical evidence is taken seriously. Every major American harbor has its own version of the Bedloes Island story. Every major American city has its own inherited layer beneath the official colonial origin. And every official tour guide, every National Park Service brochure, every textbook chapter on early American history is part of the same project. The project of training the public not to look down. The project of training the public to take the surface story at face value. The project of keeping the older layer invisible. Take Castillo San Marcos in St. Augustine, Florida. And the official record dates the structure to Spanish construction beginning in 1672. The masonry is composed of a local limestone called coquina, fitted with techniques that the Spanish colonial archives themselves describe as exceeding the capability of their own military engineers in the region. The geometry is a 4-bastion star with proportions that match the older European tradition more closely than any documented Spanish design of the same period. The walls have absorbed cannonballs in 3 documented sieges without structural failure, a level of performance that the Spanish themselves found surprising and that they attributed in their official correspondence to the unusual properties of the local stone. The Spanish reports, when examined directly in the archives in Seville, describe the early phases of the construction in language that is consistent with the incorporation of pre-existing earthworks and stone foundations, rather than the building of a new fortification on a virgin site. The standard textbook account of the Castillo, however, describes it as a Spanish original from start to finish. Take Fort Jefferson in the dry Tortugas, 60 miles off the coast of Key West. The official record describes it as an American military construction begun in 1846. The fort is a six-sided polygonal masonry structure containing more than 16 million bricks. It was officially never completed. Construction continued for nearly 30 years and was abandoned. The American military, for the supposed period of construction, did not have the manpower, the supply lines, or the budget to have produced what is actually on the island. The bricks, the masonry, the engineering of the cisterns and the casemates, all of it points to a level of organized construction that exceeds what the documented American operations in the region could have achieved in the time allotted. The official explanation has held for over a century, but the math of construction does not support the explanation. And the alternative possibility that the Americans inherited and extended an existing structure rather than building from scratch is not seriously considered in any mainstream account. These are the kinds of inherited layers that the official record has been carefully edited around. The pattern, once you know how to see it, becomes obvious in every major harbor and every major early American military site. The public is not encouraged to see it. The textbooks do not invite the comparison, but the structures are still there. This is not a small thing. The largest monuments of the modern world in the largest harbors of the modern world have been built on top of structures whose origin has been erased from the public record. The erasure was not subtle. It was achieved through the standard tools of 19th century academic statecraft. Reissue the textbooks, stop translating the older travel literature, reattribute the inherited structures to recent named engineers. Train a generation of historians to repeat the new official line. Wait for the witnesses to die and the original archives to crumble. After a century, the lie becomes history, and the actual history becomes the kind of thing that only conspiracy theorists discuss. But the structures are still there. The 11-pointed star is still at the base of the most photographed statue in the world. The geometry has not changed. The alignment has not changed. The masonry can still be examined directly by anyone willing to look. And once you have seen it, you cannot unsee it. The Statue of Liberty was never about freedom. It is something older, stranger, and more specific than the public-facing narrative will ever admit. The 11-pointed star at her feet is the door, if you are willing to open it, to a much larger conversation about what was actually built in the world before the modern academic establishment decided what we were and were not allowed to remember. If this is the kind of investigation you came here for, you know what to do. Subscribe to the channel. Share this video with somebody who is willing to ask hard questions.
Buried Century, that's the channel on YouTube. It's kind of like a stripped down version of some Good Blind stuff. You know, it's just him straight up, no audio behind him, just fresh and raw. Man. So it's 5 o'clock over here. We're just chilling still. I don't know. That was cool to watch, understanding what a lot of people don't realize what's really built around here in the United States, around the whole world. We've grown into a world based on lies. That's the Great Awakening for me. I think that's really what's happening. But does it matter? How big is it? How many of us think this way? It seems like it ripples over time. That you tell your kids the truth, and their cool parent friends tell their kids the truth. Then over time, it becomes an info war. That's where we're at right now. And people are getting smart. Did they know that we would get smart. They are boomers. They're the booming of all the boomers, which means they're probably they're the boomers. These are the old fucks. I'm talking dinosaurs, bro, like in their 90s. They're the ones that think they were smarter, but they're not. Unless they're getting intel from other sources like a different type of being, or they can see the future in some weird way. None of these concepts seem too far out anymore, huh? Yeah, my lunch break is the same style like that. So, I don't care much, as you can tell, how people react to what I feel and think and see. I'm getting more comfortable not caring. And because I believe in my skill set and what I can bring to the world, if I lost everything again, I know how I could continue. That's happened to me 3 times. Everything taken. And I rebuilt. Actually, for a long time, I didn't even think about all those times I did that. So there's freedom in almost having no boss. Yet people still support me, subscribe, and they do that because they get something out of it. And I appreciate that, because now it's almost like being honest is such a superpower in our world. The authenticity someone can carry through representing their true self, where they know people are going to be attacking because of it, and it doesn't stop them from continuing, right? That's the cool thing. That's the wild, very cool thing, because I've been fired from almost every job I've ever had for talking too much, for being too much of myself, for being too kind, for helping people outside of, the establishment. I broke all the rules. I didn't understand them until later, after I broke them. Sometimes that's how it goes for some people. They have to break the rules in order to find out why they're even there, and then sometimes they don't even apply. And that's the crazy part. 11/11, make a wish. Ooh, it just changed. Boom. 11/11. Alex Jones called it right. Prison planet. It does, right? It's like they're harvesting us. If when you're on DMT, they've done a study on this, and you get a red laser and you shine it, I guess, into a mirror or wherever, and you can see coding in the laser. Right? Is that how it works? What? Everyone who's on DMT, they can see writing in the laser like it's code. Like this is all code. And it would make a lot of sense. It's probably going to make so much more sense 100 years from now, or maybe 20 or 10. Because at the bare bones of everything, when you just zoom right into every single thing that makes up an atom, vibrating strings that never even touch each other. Nothing ever really touches, but you feel it. But they say nothing actually is really touching. That to me sounds like we're in a simulation. And to see the laws that apply at the macro world, or I guess that is macro, yes. No, micro. Macro's bigger. Micro, when you zoom into everything, the laws of physics aren't the same. So what's real then? And that's the part that gets me going. Microdosing is legal in Florida. That's cool. I think microdosing DMT, I've seen studies on that where they talk about it's good for depression, anxiety. Microdosing. It's people microdose mushrooms. It's like you got your scene of people who think they're partying with mushrooms and want to go crazy. But then there's people who like have a little bit of a chocolate, go on about their day with no hallucination. But after like 4 hours, you're like, dude, it's been a really good day. Like, I've been really happy. And then you're like, oh, yeah, I had a chocolate earlier. That's always been my experience in the past with edible mushrooms. They're like that. And that's why in other cultures, I once met a shaman from Chile who would take drug addicts and alcoholics out into the forest. They would have mushroom trips, and he would coach them out of their addictions. There's something about it, something about it. And in this world, they like to tell you what you can or can't put inside of you. Yet what they make available is some of the worst shit. Dude, what kind of... I guess, in the end, these movies help because it paints the picture for people to go, that feels like the real story. And then it gives them a reason to stand up for what could be, for the world that once was. And I bet you the population of the world isn't even as high as they say. There's a woman who came out and said that China's numbers are more like 500 million and not, what did they say? 2 to 4 billion. She's like, nah, dude, it's really 500 million. You just never know, man. It's a crazy world. It's not the world that we grew up thinking. And I think that's what a lot of people are part of the continuity. They are the ones who want to preserve order because peace cost something. Nice. Get in the shower, girl. You trying to throw me those visuals? Come on, it's working. Gosh. I lost my train of thought. The continuity. They're the guys who are the heads of churches, heads of state, heads of the Federal Reserve. Like, they might be looking at, oh yeah, there's a lot of inflation, but we must continue. We don't want to end the world, so we must print more money. And then at the same time, they're like, but we're driving into a wall. Yet they just push faster on the pedal. Those are continuous, but not smart ones. That's why you can't win any arguments. Everyone's divided naturally. The only way you're going to win an argument is when everybody agrees that everybody's right in their own way. Now, how do we work together? That's the next question when you are not trying to win. It's how do we win together? Because we have the same enemy. Why are we talking shit about what we look like and sound like? Don't we care that we're in this position on the same fucking side anyway? Why aren't we bonding together? That's how it should be. Like, I'm coming out clean with how I see things, and people are like, oh my God, fucking liberal. And I'm like, bruh, you don't even know me. But that's like what people do. They just throw out labels when they don't understand something. I can't handle that. I'm just going to label you something and just hate you and stop following you. That's how people are. Ew, unfollow. I don't give a fuck. That shows that you are such a superficial cuntosaurus rex. And if you're a dude, you're still a cuntosaur because your balls are so shriveled up that you can't handle an opinion that is not yours. Oh my God, this guy thinks different. Oh, I can't even follow him anymore. I hate him now. You're worse than a bot. A bot hangs around, studies and learns. But those people who just fucking are so pussy to truths of others belong in those echo chambers because they're not even using their heads. Ew, I'm gonna unlike this. Ew, you used to be so much different. Why have you changed? Remember in the yearbooks in middle school? Never change, bro. No, change, bro. Bro, I don't want to hang out with you when you're 30 and you're in 7th grade still. Change, bro. Change. You suck right now. Change. That's what I would write in all these fucking Cuntosaurus Rex's yearbooks today because they're acting like school children. unfollow. And last week they're like, oh my god, you're so funny. This week, oh, fucking fucks. You were supposed to be one of the good guys, dude. Y'all are so Christian, probably. Because what the fuck? Like, I think it's beautiful that someone can still be who they were before their account blew up. You know? I don't want to post because I think it's going to get a ton of views. It's just how I am. If you don't like it, you can wipe my ass. That'd be kind of cool. But it's just the psychology of people and being somewhat in the public eye. People see you. They've got opinions. I got cool emails about great movies I've made, and some guy's like, "You're a fucking asshole." I just look at you and you're an asshole. I get it, dude. I've seen people too that I hate right off the bat. Sometimes there's a thing in psychology where, like, you'll like somebody more if they remind you of somebody, if they look like somebody that you liked. Some people date versions of their moms because of that. My brother is that. My brother dates chicks that look exactly like my mom, and I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Gross. One time my brother told me he had a fucking dream of a chick giving him head, and it turned out to be our mom. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? Why did you tell me that? Oh, fuck. I know, dude. I've never dated anyone that looks like my mom. Maybe like the hot version of my mom when she was like 19. She was thin, and she was like she looked like probably what my daughter might grow into. They look way more alike than anything. When I look at my daughter, I'm like, yo, you're like a version of my mom. And that's cool. That's wild. I see that. She does not look like her. She has her mom's big eyes. That's for sure. But she looks like my mom. Ew, follow. Oh, your brother. Yeah, right. On everything. Yeah, dude. Oh, man. Me and my brother were so tight. We used to, this is gay. This is so gay. I was probably 7 and he was 8, and we were so tight. We were like our lifelines, you know, because growing up in a chaotic household. But we would play Superman and victim, and like, and one person would be the victim and be like, Superman, save me. And then Superman would come and be like, I got you. And no joke, we would play this in the shower. But we were like 7 and 8 years old. And I brought that up to my brother when we were in our 20s. I think we just finished filming an event. I think my mom was putting on a musical. She used to do that a lot. And we were filming. And I was doing the lights actually in the back. And I told my brother in the parking lot, and he got so mad. He was like, shut up. Stop saying that. I was like, bro, we were kids, man. Forgive yourself. This shit, it's not gay. We weren't even 10. Shut up. I was like, damn, bro. Maybe it was gay for you then. No, I never said that, but maybe. I know, dude. Growing up with a brother who was 11 months older, pretty weird. He was the one who always got the attention. Actually, no, they would hate if I got the attention from my family, but he got attention from the world, from people. Now we're like the roles have reversed, and he's been jealous, and then he even worked for me. I don't know, man. I don't talk to him. But this is good therapy, huh? When do we find out how screwed we are? I know people say, hey, man, stay positive. We're watching a movie. You know, like, I feel like we're on the Titanic right now, and it's sinking. And there's people saying, we're watching a movie, Nick. Don't trip, bro. The ship's sinking, but don't trip. There's boats, bro. Like, there's a crew down there. Central Casting. The boats are from Central Casting. That, I can't anymore. The ship is sinking. Trump is not the same. A movie doesn't involve dead girls dying at a blown up church. It doesn't involve a shitload of negotiations with Iran that Trump is timing so that his whole crew can make money off of all their bets when it goes back on and off and on and off. He's making so much money every time that happens. If you're paying attention, you know this is not the same Trump. And if you aren't thinking that, you aren't paying attention. If you could say, yeah, Nick, I get it. I love Trump still, but you're right. This 2.0 is acting very fucking different than the 1.0 that we saw 2016 to 2020, Nick. 100%. I feel you. Because this one's way more about Israel. All of a sudden, everything's about Israel. That didn't happen with 4 years of Trump before. He proved some track record, but now he's on a different fucking track, different sport. We don't know what he's doing. But what we do know is he's tossing some fucking BB salad is what he's up to. And it's so obvious. And for those people who are like, oh my God, trust the plan. You made those movies, though. Never change. No, dude. You have to grow. You have to assess the reality every now and then. Sometimes people do this in their own lives by taking mushrooms because it fucking gets them so out of their train of thought into the present moment so heavily. And when you come back, the only things that stick are the ones that really were mattering. And things that did matter, you get to look at it in different ways while you're tripping. You see how you have been tripping on certain things. That's why I'm very grateful I had experience with that at a young age and was able to integrate it throughout my 20s through Buddhism, Hinduism. And then when I decided I wanted to do something finally in the world, I was 26. It took 5 years for me to decide, okay, I don't want to be a monk. I want to have worldly possessions. I don't want to be a homeless guy. I don't like the feeling. It took me from 26 to 33 to get the ball rolling, to learn the things that I needed to learn, to go to school, to drop out, to getting cool jobs, to getting fired, to making documentaries, to making that happen as a business. 5 years later, still at it. 6 years later, still at it, and with a renewed sense of purpose, because now I can make anything I can really just imagine. And in any shot I want. That's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. You want to talk to me? Scarface. Yesterday, wait, was it yesterday? A couple days ago? I slept through 2 movies, Scarface and Pulp Fiction, but no way. Children of Men? Yes. I fell asleep to Pulp Fiction, but I wake up and I see it on TV and be like, oh, shit. And then I woke up to Scarface, and that was fun. Right when his empire goes away, starts crumbling. He gets too greedy. He gets sloppy. And he didn't want to pay much for laundering money with a guy that he could trust. Went to a new guy, gets busted. Gets out on bond. And that's when he gets this hit job. And he fails it because he doesn't want to kill a kid. The moment his morals actually make him recognize, maybe I'm not this guy I thought I wanted to be, is when he didn't want to kill those kids. And by the way, the people who watch Breaking Bad, that's Hector Salamanca, the guy who's like in the car with him, who's got the button that he's going to push to blow up that politician's car, but his kids are in the car, and Tony Montana is like, fuck you, man. They got kids in the car, man. He's like, cállate. That's a cool scene. Because that's where Scarface's fall happens. That's where Tony Montana shoots that guy, and then, yeah, you know the rest of the movie if you haven't seen it. I don't know, man. Nothing is going to convince me anymore about the real Donald Trump is being protected. I don't know about that. I don't know about that anymore. That sounds more comforting. But where does that come from? Who said it? An insider. Do we trust them? No. A podcaster. I wouldn't trust anybody to tell me that he's hiding somewhere. Like, I want to be convinced, not faith oriented. I want facts. I want people to come to me with facts. But let's read what you said. You're right, Nick. This Trump is a clone or a robot, and he is bringing and ending the old system. I heard we will see military tribunals in 2028. I heard we were going to see them in 2020. How long are you going to keep letting people tell you it's going to keep happening years later? It'll be 2050 and Charlie Ward will be on his deathbed. It's going to happen in 2070. You know, like, it's not going to happen like that. No, people already said it happened like in 2017 and then 2020 and then 2024. Why would it keep going back? You got to at some point realize it's probably not happening. And the New World Order is what JD Vance was talking about. That's coming in, and we all know about Agenda 2030. There's no reason for none of that to keep going. There's no reason for none of that to be on its way. It very much seems like it's on its way. The House just passed that fucking bill that says Israel's army gets merged with ours. They're saying it's just the supplies, just the resources. No, dude. Eventually, you're gonna have some IDF soldiers here, dude. That's fucking scary. They're going to be the ones coming here, enforcing us out of our houses for putting up a post saying, fuck Israel. That's what's going to happen. If you don't think it, the ending is not for you. It's going to, I know that sounds so dark and scary, but look around. What's the forecast? There's two forecasts. There's one that was created to, I believe, make us calm up into the moments. Look at Algeria, wherever, Albania. Like, they're fucking protesting hard. They don't want that island going to the Trumps, to the Kushners. Ew. The only thing that's happening is us being ushered into the United States of Israel, and you can see that my film is going to end in that fashion, where this whole Greatest Show on Earth 4, the first one's a wow on history. The second one that comes out in August is more of like the wrapping up of all the intricate stories that I lay out that show today's power grid of elites and how there is never has been a plan for them to give up their power. Nobody with that much power just all of a sudden says, we're going to give the power back to the people. That's not how it works. It never worked that way. The elites never gave power back to people. They are controlling them. That is a tactic to get you to believe. And then when you look at the timing of Q, the meeting with Christopher Poole, the CEO of 4chan, which was on October 10th, Epstein drove him home and they had a conversation because an affiliate of Bill Gates connected them via email. This is how we know about it. And in that email, Epstein's like, he's going to be a brilliant hacker. Great kid. The next day is the beginning of the /poll politics forum, October 11th, 2011. Epstein asked him to create it. And guess what existed on that forum? Q. Some 6 years later. You got people out there like Austin Steinbart who said he's Q+. There's people out there who take advantage of the mystery and make money on it. I never told you I was anybody. I've had people think that I was. People were like, Nick, are you Q? Are you Joe M? No. But there are people who will be like, oh my God, is that JFK Jr.? And they'll be like, yeah, let me put my foot on this chair and just talk for fucking hours and get people to believe I'm JFK Jr. Dude, fantasy sells, especially in a world that's crumbling. This world is crumbling. Dude, yes, Ethan, what is up, bro? And what's up, Julie? Come on, guys. This is why, like, people don't like me so much today, but they love me at the same time, because there are very beautiful truths that the people in the continuity want to preserve. Trump is not bad. I don't want to look at the Epstein files, dude. Let me keep my vibe. But what about truth? I thought you were here for truth. You're not here for truth? My bad, then. I'm not going to call you a fucking idiot. You're not here for truth. I get it. Go write an autobiography about somebody in the continuity. But then there's the archivist, like fucking Ethan, like everybody here. Like, we're all fucking archivists. We want the archives. We want the truth. We want to know what's actually going on. And you know what the price is? We know what we pay for that? Peace. The continuist, they want peace. Hey, man, there's a price for this peace, and we're going to pay for it. So we don't even want to know what's real or not. And then the archivists are like, dude, how do you not want to know it's fucking real? Archivists are truthers. And the price is depression, sadness, but also a lot of highs, because you find out shit that you've never known. You know what happens every time there's a song Agape that they use on Instagram Reels? Is so fucking hard. It's a heart opening song. So like people use it when they want to jerk those emotions out of you, right? The combination of that song with any video or photo from 1900s, and I see the old world, dude, I cry. I'm just gonna be honest. Something takes over, as if maybe I lived there, and I understood how beautifully different it was than here. That's what happens, and I just fucking cry, and it feels good, like. And it's sad because it makes me realize, like, dude, I'm documenting the time that was beautiful, and yes, this time is beautiful too, but it's not nearly as beautiful as then. I wanted to share what you wrote, Ethan. Trump won't be POTUS next year. Palantir is going to have him removed with the 25th, unless he just dies, bro. The narrative of him dementia-ing and sleeping and fucking farting in his pants and shitting in his diaper, like, it seems like the clones expire, especially like older ones. But let's see. Then they'll try to keep their boy JD Vance as POTUS for terms after he finishes the last 2 years of. Yes, dude. And that's that. You know what? They got Elon Musk on the team, and you know what just came out? Elon Musk told Ashley St. Clair that now she's venting about is that fucking Elon rigged the election. Elon rigged the election. And that when Doge happened, it was Elon coming in and erasing all the fucking clues on the evidence. Dude, I think we're fucked. And I think this Q thing was absolutely a thing to make us believe we weren't until it was too late. That's why they don't give a fuck what they're telling us right now. Yeah, they should release the other 3 million Epstein files, but we would revolt. They're giving us enough to not revolt. What else can we do? Give them the aliens. Give them the aliens. What else can we do? I don't know. More Epstein files? No. What else? Bomb Iran? Maybe. We can benefit from that. We didn't ask for alien files in the middle of a fucking war, dude. It's like that's like getting a fucking random tit pic or a dick pic. It's like, I didn't ask for that, but if it's nice. The streamer wants you to collab with him. His kick is Jacob93. Is that what they do on Kick, bro? Comment something, bro. I'm new on Kick now, man. I know people get upset, people get like, oh man, Nick doesn't like Trump anymore. Dude, all you gotta do is open your eyes. It sucks, but that's the thing. Some people prefer comfort over fear because they don't know how to handle it. And fear, women don't do good with fear. Women don't do good with uncertainty. Men are great with it. They know how to handle things of uncertain nature. And that's why I think, honestly, like, women don't give men as much respect as they deserve these days anymore. I'm not saying y'all with me. I mean, obviously y'all are here and chilling. That's respect. I'm just talking about out in the world. And it really, I think, stems from just that theory, man. Ideological subversion. It's how you take over a country when the values ain't shit. That's what I think what we would experience in a time machine if we went back to the 1900, 1850. I bet you it was like everything was a vibe, on the same vibe wherever you were. I just, throughout all history, dude, history repeats itself. And there isn't a time in history, and we're not special in any way, compared to any other time, and all their inhabitants. They were special, just as us. We're equally as special. But why would they give us the world when we can't even control our own? Why would Trump want us give it back to you, the people, when we're so divided, when that would mean nothing to the people right now? You know what that's like? Giving a homeless man $1 billion. He doesn't know anything about the literacy of money. People right now, the majority of America, they're not literate to how politics and government work. If he gave all the power back to the people, what the fuck would the people do with it? They would destroy it. Just look at the state of people, and you wonder why they call us goyim, and they don't like us. And most of our government is filled with dual citizen Israelis in America. They look at us as goyim. They're giving free healthcare, 0% loans to Israelis, Jews in America. What do we get? When you start realizing all this, and then you start tracking the reality of what Trump does, you should really honor your intelligence and let yourself look at the truth and not just your own, because you're doing yourself a disservice. It's not that hard, but people don't want to destroy their peace. But what matters more, peace or truth? And that's what it comes down to. And if that's the case, if you would value peace over truth, then don't hate on truthers, because they'll eat you up for lunch. Like, they will show you what you're missing and how you might be correct in your beliefs, but you might be led astray and not realizing where we're headed. There's no white hats, and that's the thing that's sad. I believed it at one point. Devolution is not what Derek Johnson was describing it as, man. I've been doing more research on clarifying all that. And dude, I was told by someone who's buddies with fucking, what's his name? It's General Flynn's left guy. It's another general. Maybe it's a good thing I don't know his name. But that guy, this person who ended up producing with me the Brunchman Brothers movie told me that if he knew what he knew now about Derek Johnson, he would have never introduced me to him. Let me show you what this is. Wild protein chips. This is not a sponsor. It's just what I eat lately. Yeah, there it is, dude. Do you want to come on, Ethan? What are you doing right now, dude? I'm almost done with my movie, so I don't want to rush back to it. I can could probably finish that movie tonight or tomorrow, actually. My legs are sore. Derek Johnson is an intelligence asset. He's a plant. He went on tour with them for a year. He's a fraud. You know a sign of a fraud? Someone who's very highly sensitive to criticism and who seeks validation and who loses his temper. Whoever fucking chose him as intelligence probably trained him to be the asshole that he is. He has no skills with people. At my screening event for The Greatest Show on Earth 1, he just was hitting on chicks, and the chicks thought it was hilarious that he had he had no riz. And I think he hated that I got the ladies. I think he was, low testosterone people are jealous people. When you find jealous people out there, they're low T. One of the things that men report after getting on testosterone is they don't have jealousy for other people. And I thought when I heard that, I was like, dude, that's wild. I haven't thought of that. I've been a jealous person before, but I've been on testosterone for a while. Testosterone supplements are really good. They actually can increase your testosterone. Okay, cool. Oh, you can come on the camera. Hold on, man. Wait, Farouk, Derek's brother, called him claimed he was a liar. Okay, and then also this is what's going in on the Greatest Show Earth, the Greatest Show on Earth, the next one. So the one I'm working on right now is part 4. I'm thinking about splitting it up into volume 1 and volume 2, or just doing a part 5. Because part 5, like, there are some people who don't know Derek Johnson, and part 1 can live in a wider audience if it doesn't involve some of the politics of our movement. So that's why that's going to be that way. And then I add a section about Derek Johnson. Derek was so gung-ho about suing a Space Force agent when he called him out. A Space Force agent, a military member, came out and said, dude, why are you lying to people? Like, and then Derek was like, this is defamation. And he was like, can you make a movie about him, please? I was like, well, send me what is defamation. And he sent me all these screenshots. And literally, I was like, you're acting like a child. Like, you need to man up. This guy's not doing anything defaming. He's calling you out on what you're saying is not true. Like, he's not defaming you. And there's nothing you can sue him here for. There's no money you've lost. Like, you're losing your mind. You're acting like a little girl. And I actually told him that. I was like, I can't make this movie for you. Then he got really upset when I posted a picture of my ex-girlfriend and I on Instagram. He was like, you look like a caveman. And it wasn't like a fun thing. And I was like, well, you look like Woody, bro. You're fucking like, chicks would prefer a caveman over Woody any day. Then he blocked me. I don't like the way he talks to people. And he tricked us. He's the reason why the devolution theory spread. All you got to do is make one video and let the people who are paying you to make that video pay for it to reach every corner. And it's okay to admit, man, at some point you got to go, oh, shit. Ethan, I'm probably going to go off real quick because I kind of wanted to finish this movie. So I'll just let you keep listening, and then we'll do something next week. I haven't been available to go on your show because I'm just working as much as I can to finish this. This is the first time I'm finishing early, which is good because then I can make it in 5 different languages. And it's dubbing. Like, it's not even subtitles. Like, you're going to hear me talking in Japanese. And because I have this Japanese friend, she's going to be able to show her fucking, like, fan base. And so that's tight because she does exactly what I do. I love Japanese women. They're not from this earth, bro. They are not from Earth. They look so beautiful. They're just wildly beautiful. He does look like Woody. Yeah, he does. He's Woody, bro. Yeah, then he blocked me. No, fuck him, dude. He's not a, you know what I told him? I think that actually made him block me. I said, bro, your book's not a New York Times bestseller. It costs $2,000 to get someone to make that for you. It does. I know the businesses that you pay and they do this and that, and all of a sudden you're a New York Times bestseller or Amazon bestseller. It's all marketing. You can pay for that. It's not real. It's marketing. See, Derek Johnson blocked Ethan. See? Let's see. Actually, no. I'm going to give you a link, bro. We're going to have a phone call. We're going to have Ethan call in and just tell us your experience because you fucking hung out with him for a year. A year? You went on. Wait, how long were you on? How long was the tour? Hodor. Let me send you this. And then once you come on, I have to go pee. All right. I hate that he wears even the military knows he gets things wrong. No, he's purposely deceiving people out there. When my friend who's connected to the military said, man, I wish I knew who he was before I told you. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, I can't tell you on the phone. I was like, I don't know when I'm going to see you again. He's like, let's just say this. They don't call him Derek. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, shit. Okay, I have to go pee. Get in here, Ethan. Oh, my God. Ethan. Yo, dude. Sorry, dude. Gross. Hey, bro. Not you. It's me. It's not you. It's me. I guess you're probably going to show up soon. I don't have to be that bad. I'm cool. I'm straight. Let's listen to some Hitler, dog. Hold on. I tell you. Also,
ich sagte, wenn man 14, 15 Jahre wahnsinnig handelt, so könnte nicht erwarten, dass einer kommt und in wenigen Wochen oder Monaten das alles wieder gut.
The following historical footage shows Adolf Hitler speaking at the Siemens factory in Berlin in 1933. Adolf Hitler delivered the Siemens factory speech on the 10th of November 1933 in Berlin, specifically at the Siemens Schuckert plant in the Siemensstadt district, just 2 days before the Reichstag election and referendum held on the 12th of November 1933. This speech was strategically positioned as the culmination of Hitler's election campaign. It was broadcast nationwide on radio, with factories across Germany, including Siemens, halting work briefly so employees could listen in. Sirens marked the start and end, emphasizing its importance and propagandistic impact. The speech was intended to rally support for the Nazi Party's push in the election and the referendum, framing it as a unifying patriotic call to action. In this speech, Hitler sought to rally German industrial workers, stressing the importance of loyalty, sacrifice, and productivity for the war effort. This video has been restored and colorized for educational purposes. It is presented solely to provide historical insight into the propaganda techniques and industrial mobilization of the era. The inclusion of this footage does not imply any agreement with the views expressed. For viewers who wish to follow along in their own language, YouTube offers an auto-translate feature. By turning on subtitles and selecting auto-translate, you can read the speech in your preferred language. Please note, the rhetoric in this footage reflects a destructive ideology and is shared here only as part of historical study.
Before we get into that, I want to let you know I have a Patreon. Over there, I can share the full, uncensored...
Hold on, let's continue with this DJ talk. Derek Jones, let's add our guy. Ethanio.
Yo.
What's up, bro? How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good. You sound like
okay, cool.
Clear.
Yeah, sorry, I'm traveling right now. I'm actually in between Knoxville and Nashville. So, I mean, I could turn the camera on, but it's just black. It's dark. It's nighttime, so you won't see anything anyway.
This is cool because it's like a radio show.
Yeah, and it's like calling into George Norrie coast to coast. You know,
it is. Yeah, it's cool that I can have you off the screen, but we can still hear you. Guys, can you still hear him? I can still hear him. Can you still hear you?
I can still hear me.
I think you should be able to be heard still, but maybe not. Let me see, guys. Could you hear him? Because if not, I can just.
It says I'm in the show.
Yeah, and I can hear you loud. I think it does play even if you're not shared on screen.
Well, somebody needs to be a homie and put it in the chat.
I think they just said it. I think they said yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not watching the chat anymore. So
tell us about Derek Johnson, bro.
Oh God. So he actually, you remember when he just like came out of nowhere? Yeah. It was that one Facebook post he did, right? And he started ranting and raving about all this stuff with the war manual.
That's the day my whole life changed.
On Facebook, right? Yeah.
I always bring it up.
And all of a sudden, like nobody knew anything about him. He was literally just came out of nowhere. And then I was on tour with Lewis Herms on Truth Tour. Actually, Lewis Herms, as you know, did several tours. Truth Tour 1, Truth Tour 2. There's the Freedom in Action tour.
I was in Truth Tour 0. I was the first one to ride in that tour bus.
Yeah. So
I was. Which yeah,
anyway, Derek Johnson just came out of nowhere, like in the middle of one of those tours. And all of a sudden, of course, Lewis Herms wants to bring him on the tour because he's, you know, the hot new topic and everybody's all excited about him. And, you know, at the time I didn't really have an opinion because I don't draw opinions about people until I meet them and I just kind of analyze what's going on and get to know them and see what's going on. But here's the point with it. After, you know, I wouldn't say it was exactly a whole year that I toured on it, but it was that 1 year on that tour and on several other tour stops and different things that he made appearances. But I was actually with him for quite a bit, especially on the Truth Tour, and we were traveling all over, making stops. I mean, we were in different cities every day almost, and you know, staying in the same Airbnbs, same hotels. You know, you spend that much time with somebody, you really get to see who they are, and you get to know them and all that stuff. You just kind of figure out what's going on. And you know, I'm not a constitutional scholar, but I've been studying constitutional law for a long time. My cousin and a really close friend of mine, who's actually a DC attorney who worked for Trump for 2 of his terms, they're both constitutional scholars, and I've learned a lot from them. In fact, my cousin, who's a constitutional scholar, and he's a judge now, actually, he taught me pretty much everything I know about contract law. And I've been a student of the Constitution since I was a teenager. And I knew that what he was saying off the bat just wasn't jiving. It didn't make any sense. And so he ended up blocking me at some point. This was way after the tour. But after I'd figured out that, you know, he was a fucking con artist. He was a grifter, and he was seemingly, he shows all the signs. I can't prove that he is an intelligence plant, but he shows all of the classic signs of being an intelligence plant, like coming out of nowhere, having a shit ton of followers all of a sudden for no fucking reason, and just saying the stuff that he's saying, which is complete psyop bullshit, completely unconstitutional. Because here's the bottom line: if you want to really sum it up, because I mean, we could go and rant and rave on this all day, and I could go on tangents about very specific things that he was saying about the Constitution, but at the end of the day, you know, I would isolate when he would make posts. I would isolate specific things that he would cite, codes, laws, statutes, and things like that. And I would literally pick it apart and annihilate it using the Constitution alone, because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And sometimes even using other codes, statutes, and established precedent in court cases, Supreme Court rulings, whatnot. Almost everything he says is completely unconstitutional. If there was some kind of secretive military operation going on in the background, and personally, I don't, you know me, I'm actually a Q guy. I'm the author of the Jesus Q Connection, but I don't view the Q operation the way the mainstream people do, right? I actually think people like Derek Johnson are part of the intelligence psyop. There's a lot of assets implanted into these movements to steer the direction of how people view the Q narrative. And the things that he's saying and the things that others saying aren't even in the fucking Q drops. I've read them all the way through. The same thing happened with the Bible that happened with the Q drops. They've been saying,
reference Q? Does he do any of Q referencing?
Kind of here and there, but he really kind of stays mostly away from it. And he sticks with his law of war manual stuff, and he sticks with his fucking executive orders, which executive orders aren't laws anyway. Executive orders only apply to employees and contractors of the executive branch of the government. That's it. They do not, executive orders do not create law. They are not laws. It's basically like corporate policies in a fucking company manual, right? For the executive branch. And so he clearly demonstrates that he doesn't understand the real law. And so after a while, and I would go in and pick apart his bullshit little things that he was saying about codes and statutes and executive orders and different things, you know, he eventually blocked me. But at the end of the day, if you just look at it, if what he's saying is true, that means that Trump and the military have actually already pulled a coup on the Republic, and they're running a completely secretive, unconstitutional, treasonous operation against the American people.
See? The people who get really freaked out about those catching on to them, they don't start shit with them publicly.
Right.
And they block, or they, like, I think Ariel has a thing where he doesn't want to start with me because he knows what I'm capable of and how I took down Phil. But I've recently alluded to thinking Ariel does what a lot of scam artists do. They take something that you find popular or that you believe in, and then they throw in their predictions by just adding so much complexity that people aren't able to understand. But they get these familiar points because there's things in there they sprinkle so that you can hold on to them. And oh, well, if he says that, I know that's true. But then what is it? What else is all this? I don't even know. I guess good job, Ariel. You're so smart. You know, but that's just what happens. Yeah. So, and I kind of like to call him out, and I have with him. I've described him. You know that, and Derek does the same.
Yeah. Well, you know, recently, I want to say it was about a month or two ago, I was talking to some of the people that I'm still really close with and do shows with that were on that Truth Tour with Derek Johnson and myself. And Lewis was putting on an event somewhere. Was it Lewis? Maybe it was somebody else. It was an event that Lewis and a bunch of people were going to. Maybe it wasn't Lewis's event, but they said in a conversation that they were having with Derek and a bunch of others, Derek actually asked if I was coming. Is Ethan Lucas going to be there? He's afraid of me. He doesn't want to be fucking exposed publicly on stage because he knows I will make an embarrassment of his grifter ass bullshit that's completely fucking unconstitutional. It's not a correct translation or interpretation of law. He's twisting it out of context to spin his story, and all of his little followers love to hear it. And so he is deathly afraid of someone like myself who actually knows the Constitution, understands law very well, going up there on a stage and talking while he's talking in a round table and exposing his bullshit in front of everybody. He's deathly afraid of that because he knows it would be the absolute. I mean, he's already facing the end of his grift, and he's trying to keep it going on as long as he can. But he knows if somebody like me, and there's other people who could do it too. I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm just saying he knows that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. He knows that I'm not going to put up with his bullshit. And if he starts running his mouth and saying stuff that's unconstitutional, that's not real law, that's not actually happening, I'm going to call him out in front of everybody.
Well, I'm doing it in the next movie in part 5. And what's interesting is the first one that I made, he shared on his Telegram when it was way more popular. And so and then all these channels posted it. So I have a lot of people's followers. And I think the sect of the Derek Johnson people who understand that I used to be there, we all understood it. They're going to be like, either like, wow, thanks, Nick. I've been thinking this recently. Or they're going to be like, you fucking asshole, you turncoat piece of shit. And they're going to be like, give me a refund on everything. They're going to be like, explosive. And I'm going to be like, dude, I guess I didn't do that great of a job.
Well, you know, the people that say that, they're basically proving the point that you were talking about earlier, and I make a couple comments on the chat. They're basically admitting that they're not interested in the truth. They're only interested in being told that what they already believe is the truth. So they're saying that they're willing to pay you money to tell them what they want to hear. But if the day you stop telling them what they want to hear, even if it's a fucking lie, then they want their money back.
Yeah, 100%, man.
That's not a genuine person.
And that whoever does go out there and steps up to bat and says, hey, I used to believe in this. You paid me a lot of money because you did, and I did, and I was there for you. I don't believe it anymore. And so most people would be like, no, dude, I'm not going to do that. Are you fucking crazy? No, I like how much money I'm making right now. Yeah. I was like, I would like being me, and I haven't been me in so long because I'm afraid of what people are going to think of me. It happens even after you make success happen in your life. It happens all the time in different ways. And for me, this was my turn. And I was like, shit, again, because I had to come out against all of Phil's followers who paid me a lot of money with their membership. Like, it was like, I've faced a few big times where I chose to do what's right instead of keeping a lot of money. And like, if you're tight with me, if you've been my friend, I will do stupid shit with my money, and I'll like buy you things, and it's things you need. And like, the way I treat money is the way it comes in my life. The way I understand that if I let money go, more money comes. That is the reason why there is the abundance in my life. Like, I give, even when I'm broke, I will give $20 to $50 to some homeless people, or
that's the law of sowing and reaping a harvest. It's biblical.
Yes, and I've been doing that since I was in my teens. Everywhere I go, I over tip, and I watch how they react, and I remember getting that, and I get it still. People still tip me in ways where I'm like, that's why I give, because there's this relationship where we're sharing experience of like that. If you can make someone go, then you're going to have a moment in your life where you're like, you shouldn't do it just to get it, but it makes the world a better place.
Oh, it does. But there's also an economic principle built into the fabric of the universe, because it's all mathematical. The Bible scripture that backs that up says, it's in the book of Isaiah, says that be not deceived, God will never be mocked. Whatsoever a man sows, that shall he also reap. So whatever you give, you're sowing seed. Everything in the whole entire universe is built on the principles of sowing and reaping a harvest. So if you're sowing seeds of discord, if you're sowing seeds of dishonesty just because you're trying to make money off of people, you might make a bunch of money, like the Derek Johnsons of the world who are or Godlewski, who are making money off of telling people what they want to hear. But eventually the chickens are going to come home to roost. And we're at that moment now in this movement where, and we don't all have to agree. Like, I think you and I even see Q a little bit differently, but here's the interesting thing. And I think this proves the point that there's not just one look at it, because you and I definitely don't believe the mainstream version of Q, but we still see Q differently. But my point is this: we're at that point where it's becoming that a lot of this stuff was a grift, and the grifters are being exposed. And I would venture to say by this time next year, you're not even going to see a fraction of the influencers on Rumble or on X or anywhere on social media that actually even have a relevant following, because everyone's going to figure out that it was all bullshit. They were just making money off of them, telling them what they wanted to hear. They had a clever story that worked for a while. The Pied Piper movement was really all it was, and they deceived the masses. Now, here's the thing: you can either, like you said before, you can either admit that you've been had and wake up and smell the fucking coffee and actually get on board with reality, or you can continue to lie to yourself and be deceived and understand that, hey, maybe it wasn't your fault. It's not saying that you're stupid. A lot of intelligent people are deceived by things. In fact, the Bible even says that sometimes the most elect among the people are deceived. So, there's no shame in admitting that, you were deceived by somebody you were following. But if you're really interested in truth, you want to do yourself a favor, you want to do the rest of the world a favor, then it's time to start, ringing these people's bells and asking the hard questions, because the people that are telling the truth, the people that are honest and genuine, the people that aren't afraid to stand up, people aren't afraid to be to lose followers like you and me, just to tell it like it is, because we're not trying to make money off of a fucking bullshit story. Those are the guys you want to follow. But the other ones, they're all going to fall apart anyway, because the guys who don't mind having their bell rung or being asked the hard questions, those are the ones who are telling the truth. People like Derek Johnson, they're just going to block you when you start poking holes in their little fallacies and easily proving many times that they're full of shit. They have to block you because they can't afford to have you poking holes in their shit.
But there's this thing that happens with the law of authenticity, where if you, like, for me, for example, once I realized, I've asked myself twice in my life where I'm like, okay, if I do this, I'm going to lose a lot of subscribers and a lot of money. And like, it's not like I made these choices not knowing that. And then I would think about it and I'd be like, I don't care. And I would proceed. Like when I told all of Phil's followers in my Telegram chat, I said, in that moment, after I decided, okay, I said, if you are a fan of Phil's, get the fuck out of here. And that one thing sparked the whole movie, because then Phil saw then he started to tell all of his people to unsubscribe and cancel. And what I saw would happen happened, but in the end, it wasn't that bad.
He's a fucking cult leader, man.
$1,000 to me out of nowhere, right when all that stuff was spicing up. So like, there's a power that is conducting almost scenarios so I can believe more in that higher power. And that's what I always find happening, where it's like, dude, I really thought I was going to fail. And then it's not me. There's a thing, a greater source that is conducting, and I'm listening. It's so.
I don't worry about it. The way I look at it is every person who unfollows me for speaking the truth and asking hard questions, my following base is just purified all the more. I don't need those kind of people following me. If you're not interested in truth, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, or interested in having a different opinion. Like, for example, when I like knowing your take on Q because it's in the back of my mind sitting next to mine. And anyone else's whose theory makes a lick of sense, I'm going to put it in the back of my mind. And what I'm doing is I'm watching the world and I'm going, which one does it fit to the most? That's pattern recognition. And so it's not like I'm sitting back here with, oh no, it's a movie and nothing's going to convince me otherwise. Like, no, I'm not set in stone. And I don't think any real truthers should be set in stone.
No, they shouldn't. And everyone, like, when did we get to the point where we were afraid of having different opinions or different perspectives and having healthy debate? Because that's how you actually arrive at the proper conclusion, is by having different perspectives and having healthy debate. And it's not always clean. Sometimes it's messy. But the people who are only interested in towing the line and preaching one storyline, and if you deviate from that, there's a name for that. It's a fucking cult. You're in a goddamn cult. And there's no truth in that. It's all manipulation. It's all it's spell casting, and it doesn't serve you or anyone around you. So it's like, why would you even want to be involved in that? Because here's the thing. Those people, you can tell they're cult leaders too, because they're afraid to be wrong. That's why Derek Johnson blocked you. He blocked me. Anyone who could prove him wrong, he's got to block him, because he can't risk Toto pulling the curtain back on the man behind the curtain, right? The Wizard of Oz show must continue. The delusion and the control and the fear, it must continue, or the admiration of this floating Godhead thing, it's got to continue. Otherwise, the whole thing falls apart for him. But someone like you, someone like me, and there's a lot of others, not as many as there are grifters, but there are quite a few people who just are not afraid to be wrong. I don't give a shit. What if I am wrong? Who gives a fuck? At least I stood in my truth. At least I spoke with authenticity and transparency. And those are the people that you need to follow. And quit worrying about whether you're right or you're wrong, because we're not in on the 4 a.m. meetings and all this private shit that's going on at the top. We don't know exactly what the fuck is going on. All we can do is analyze it, use intelligence, and figure it out like Sherlock Holmes. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong, but who cares? Because at the end of the day, if you're following the real principles of what actually will lead you to health, wealth, love, and happiness and freedom in this life, that's what you need to be focused on. I don't even give a fuck if I'm right about Q at this point. I think I am. Maybe I'm not. It doesn't matter. But what matters is if I'm a living, walking, breathing example of a Christed individual who's teaching and showing people how to increase health, wealth, love, and happiness in their life, and how to live as free as they can. And that's what I'm doing.
That's cool. That's cool you're doing that. The world's going to look a lot different in the next couple of years, and I hope there's not people still saying the plan's going on like once JD Vance is president. That would be insane.
It's going to happen, dude. The hardliners are still going to be there. They will drink the Kool-Aid and wear the track suits. What was that? Heaven's Gate, where they fucking put on all those same jump suits or track suits and the Nikes and drink the fuck. It's going to happen, dude. That's
they really
happen.
Are that. Yeah, I honestly, once I saw the Epstein and the Christopher Poole and the 4chan, it made me realize he did say that Christopher Poole was going to be one of the best hackers. First thing I thought was, it's pretty obvious when Q got hacked.
Mm-hmm.
right in the middle, somewhere around the middle, where when the dialogue changed. It wasn't military jargon. It was very clear,
Right.
straight and forward. It was like, wait a sec.
Yeah.
Was that when they jumped from 4chan to Akun?
I don't remember exactly when it happened, but that did happen. They did jump. But I will say this though, and again, I'm looking at it from a purely analytical perspective. I'm just, from drop one all the way to the final drop where it talks about, what's encoded in your DNA, right? And even if, here's my point about it, even if you're right, even if it was hijacked, even if Epstein was involved, it still never says the majority of the shit that you heard repeated and parroted ad nauseum on Rumble and on TikTok and in all of the.
Dude, by all those
It does not say the overwhelming majority of stuff that they said that it said. They've done this with the Bible for thousands of years. Churches have taught. There's been millions of pastors stand in pulpits and say the Bible says stuff that it never said, and nobody ever caught it because people don't go back and read it. Just go back and read the Q drops, and that's my point. Even if it was hijacked, right? Even if Epstein was involved, it still doesn't say the stuff they said that it says in the mainstream Q narrative. What it actually says is we the people are the plan. If you want to change something, you're going to have to rise up, overthrow the fucking government. It doesn't mean you necessarily need to use violence. Doesn't mean you may not have to at some point. That's why we have the Second Amendment. You still have to be willing to be violent when the time comes, just like our founding fathers were. But I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. If enough people would just stand up in unison and understand that what the real plan is that I see being spoken of in the drops is that we, the people, are the plan. I don't see anything else said in there other than you could take some of the things like, military is the only way. You could loosely twist it and push it into a narrative to say some of the things that they believe in the mainstream Q narrative, but it doesn't actually say that. Go read what it actually says. It never says there's some secret military operation going on behind the scenes. It doesn't say that stuff. That shit was read into it. That's a fucking lie. It's not there.
It's like in the culture, where people go and read boards and people get popular for their decoding abilities. So because of these decoders, people, they conflated the two, where they're like, oh, well, this guy said this and that's going to happen here because it's a Q post and it's a decode, so it's Q.
Right. But it's not Q. It's somebody's version or interpretation of Q. And if you look at what Q actually says, there's one resounding message all the way through. And drop 4944 is my favorite, and it sums up the whole thing. Are you ready to finish what we started? The whole entire messaging of Q is that this is the shit that's going on. What are you going to fucking do about it? That's the whole message. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to actually rise up? Are you going to self-govern? Remember when Q said you have more than what you know? The people have the power. Q is actually pointing out what should be obvious to everybody. We, the people, do hold the power. We are the masters of government. The only reason the shit that's going on is because we're not standing up and changing it.
Well, because we're at a disadvantage because there's been fluoride in the fucking water.
They've been
feeding everybody corn made from GMO shit that's making them fat. People are eating palm oils and everything with aspartame as well. Like society's testosterone as a collective has gone down 50%. So there are some weak fucking men out there who aren't even giving real shits about what's going on.
That's right. Yeah, it's all bread and circus.
There are people who are waking up. There are badasses who are connecting together, at least making it in their own town. Like build a network of friends that in your town that can protect other people together.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Well, believe it or not, there's constitutional groups all over. There are militias all over, and these aren't unhinged violent people, but they've done this the right way, and they have formed basically what our founding fathers did, and they are there to step up and do what must be done if and when the time comes. And regardless of the technologies, the AI and all the data centers and the shit where they can literally use Wi-Fi, turn your Wi-Fi router into a human camera in the dark that can see through walls. Regardless of all that, there's still so many more of us than there are of them. So if people would just simultaneously stand up all at the same time and just say no, It's a real simple 2-letter fucking word. No. That's it. No. We're fucking done. But like you said, everyone's so caught up in their bread and circus. They don't want to be inconvenienced. They have got my job to go to. I got to watch my sports game. I got to watch my shows. I got this and that. You don't have shit if you let them take over. You won't have any of that. So you better start fucking thinking about that.
I know. I don't think they're gonna though. Oh,
probably not.
No, I mean maybe when it comes to their doorstep. If like the IDF army, whatever, is now connected to ours, dude.
That's so unconstitutional too. I would like to see what Derek Johnson has to say about that shit. Is that part of the fucking secret plan? Is that in the goddamn law of war manual, Derek Johnson? Hopefully he's listening. Where the fuck is that at in the Constitution? Where the fuck is that at in the law of war manual? It's
dude,
not.
He's the head of the joke. You know, like it goes back to him.
Yep.
So he's gonna fight it to the end.
Well, he knows this, and he knew going into it that it was a grift. It was all a lie. It was bullshit. And he had the clock was ticking. There was an expiration date stamped on his fucking story, the same way there's an expiration date on your milk when you buy it at the store. He knew that day was coming, and now it's upon him, and he's just trying to preserve this for as long as he can to keep squeezing every last little fucking drop out of everybody that he can. But like I said, by this time next year, they'll have lost 80% of their following or more because people will finally figure it out. And even if they don't ever want to act,
you're breaking up a little bit, a lot of it actually. Nah, not hearing you right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No. How about now?
For sure.
How about now?
For sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, but God forbid these people that now they've been red pilled, that they actually take it one step further and take a fucking clear pill. They'd rather take the blue pill and go back to sleep. And that's what'll happen. Once they figure out that the Derek Johnsons and the Phil Galdowskis were total con artists and everything they sold them was bullshit, they're not going to actually go look for the truth now. They're just going to take the blue pill and go back to sleep.
Oh, yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't understand how easy it is to inflate your internet persona. And I have a story about a chick I used to follow on Instagram. She was a fitness instructor and maybe 25 years old. And her following was about 15,000, I'd say. And sometimes I would see what she's posting. And one time I saw a post and it had 22 million views on Instagram, and the post was like her taking out the trash with her mom. It was nothing sexual or like arousing. It was just stupid. And then I started looking around and I was like, wait, 4 comments, 22 million views, but 4 comments, and that's a big red flag that she paid for it. And so I look up to some further ones where there'd be like 10 views after that big one. And then there would be another one brewing with the millions, like at 10 million. And I messaged her. I was like, you know how obvious it is that you're buying your shit? And she blocked me instantly. I commented on it. Actually.
Yeah.
I commented, I want to expose her. Like,
well, also like this is another thing that a lot of people don't understand. It's followers don't mean shit. You buy followers, or follower. you may have 500,000 followers, but all that requires is somebody clicks a follow button and they may never come back and watch your shit ever again. So followers don't even mean anything. I'm only showing about 10,000 followers on my Rumble channel, but I get over 300,000 views a month. That's over 3.5 million views a year on my stuff because I don't chase followers because I know it's bullshit. I market it properly. I put it out there in the right channels. I make sure enough people see it. I make it go viral. I beat the algorithms. And so I'm more interested in engagement and views. So if you see people that have engagement and views, the followers, it's completely irrelevant. Because here's the other thing. Everybody wants to go to the peep show, Nick, but nobody wants to get caught going to the peep show. And somebody like Ethan Lucas is really controversial and saying bad stuff about Trump. They don't want to get caught following Ethan Lucas, right? So they're not going to follow me, but they're watching the fucking shows.
Right. That's true, man. That's why a lot of people won't comment because they support it, but they're like, I don't want people knowing what I think.
Exactly.
Yeah. So look, everyone, like, how does this never happen again? Like, are we realizing that what politicians say never actually pans out? Like, do we still believe in a left and a right? Do we? Like, doesn't it seem like we're not getting what we want? Isn't this?
That's all
Aren't they?
part of the game, man. It's the Hegelian dialectic.
So what?
The Hegelian dialectic.
Who's gay, an alien, and
It's not. I didn't say gay aliens, but that's probably coming next. That's probably the next distraction is the gay aliens. No, Hegelian dialectic. It is a philosophy of using and the the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, all these secret societies. They've been using the Hegelian dialectic against the people for a long time. And basically what it says is that you take two opposing forces, kind of like the pedals on a bicycle. They're two opposing pedals, right? But that's what creates the forward motion is the opposition. And then they control the opposition. So we've heard the term controlled opposition. That's actually the use of the Hegelian dialectic principle, using two opposing forces to actually create the forward motion and move things in the direction that you want it to go. It's all controlled. It's all manipulated.
Makes a lot of sense. It does. And they did a really good job because some people are still in it. They don't even want to realize there is an outer realm. They're just in it. Like, I don't know what wakes people up. Like, the continuity is the people who want to keep the vibe, even though they might understand that it might not be true. They're still believing it themselves. It's kind of what we see a lot of. And I don't know what wakes them up into being an archivist, but most of us are born in a world of conformity and something brings us out of it. So there's got to be, there always is, a film, oftentimes, a crazy conspiracy friend. That's usually what wakes people up. At least I think, I woke up to a film. It's cool that I get to make those and have people say, you woke me up. And that's what I can die a happy man because I did it.
Yeah,
I just want
it's
to do it
interesting.
again. Yeah. Isn't that fun? We all done it for somebody. People who watch your shows, people who watch this show, people who watch my movies. At some point, doesn't this equate to fuel? And doesn't it make people want to go out and create a world that they want to see? Because right now, I don't think anyone's on that path. I think most people are surviving. Oh, I think he got disconnected or his phone died. He went away. Man, oh man. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to. Ooh. Get over here. Senor.
Yes.
Aloha.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying when you're when you call in on these platforms and stuff and they don't make a provision to just ignore a call. It literally just boots you out or it makes your audio stop or whatever. So
buttholes, dude.
Robbers. Total buttholes.
I didn't go on your show, but I wrote a whole movie, Blade Runner 2099.
Well,
yeah, I watched the second one, and then I was like, dude, I have to know what comes next. And so then I did it, and I wrote it myself, and it's like the story was already in my head because there's a specific Romeo and Juliet story I had of people who live in the smart world and people who live in the nature world, and somehow someone leaves their world to go explore the other, and they fall in love, but you're not supposed to fall in love like that. There are different classes of people in the future. Shit like that. Netherlands, what's up? Gotta say hello to my Netherlands. I love the Netherlands, dude. I love how my dreams as a child felt like they were there, like the gray skies and it was the time when the trees didn't have leaves. It's just like and foggy and a lot of like fog. And when I went to the Netherlands, that's what I experienced.
Interesting. See, I've never been to the Netherlands.
Dude, I had a front row seat. We went to Luxembourg, and I call him my spirit dad because he's more my dad than my dad in a way, where he taught me about spirituality and all this stuff. We were truthers together. We were gardeners for like 10 years, but
we went for his like 40th reunion or something. I don't know. But the I think it's the chief, like there's the president, then there's the chief, and I guess the chief's son was my guy's friend. So we got this like Royale with cheese.
Royale with cheese.
We got the Royale treatment. It was tight. We got and like he gave us these bricks of hash. Like,
did you meet Marcellus Wallace?
Marcellus Wallace? No, I
didn't. Does he look like a bitch?
What?
Say what one more time, motherfucker.
What?
God, I love that movie.
Yeah. And he gave us a brick of hash, and he's all fantastic. Go smoke it, fantastic. And he let us stay at where his family's house, like the family all owned their family's house. It was like an old ass World War II house that was not touched at all since. And like going in there was like a museum. Like everything was so old as fuck, and they had so much acreage where you could go walk into the forest. Like it was so bizarre getting hashish high in that place, bro. That was memorabilia. Then we went to Amsterdam. Then I saw the red light district, bro. I even did it, dude.
You did it? You did it?
I did. It was so awkward, dude. Because I'm in there and her phone lights up and I see a kid on there. And I was like, damn, you're a mom. And the first, though, look, that's the ending of the story. Let me tell you the beginning. Okay. I'm walking with my spirit dad and his two kids who are my bros because we're all the same age. And they're all, Nick, you're going to do it? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, let us pick with you. I'm like, ew. Like, no.
Ew. That is kind of gross.
I was like, that's weird. Like,
that's just so weird.
I was like, meet me back here in like an hour, like right here on this bridge. And they were like, okay. So the first place I go, I see this like hot MILF schoolgirl type shit. Like she's wearing the glasses with a short skirt and she's big tits. She's like Barbie. And I was so nervous. And I went to the door and I didn't know what to say. And I was like, how much for 15? I meant 15 minutes, bro. And she was like, for 15, I'll slam the door in your face. And she did. She slammed the door in my face. She thought I meant 15 euro.
Wow.
I didn't mean it like that, dude.
Wow.
And then I had a walk of shame for a while, and that's when I found this beautiful skinny Italian. And I saw she had a kid, and
did she make you spaghetti?
No, but I spoke to her in Spanish, but I couldn't really do it. I don't know. All the horniness left me when I realized that she was a mom doing this for a living.
Yeah. Wow. Maybe she was counting on you, Nick.
She got paid. It's not like I left.
Okay. So it's kind of like the hooker that you gave her a massage for an hour or whatever.
It was my first hooker.
I mean, you should have at least made her cut your fucking grass or something, you know.
She can't. She's in the red light district, homie.
I'm talking about the one that you gave a massage to, or was that in the red light district?
No.
You're like, oh, that one. Oh shit!
Carrying on topics from other shows into this one.
Yeah.
Oh God. I've been a bad boy.
You should come on Throw Away Do Not Eat on Tuesday with me and Scott. It's always fun when you come on, dude. Lots of shenanigans.
I just have been saying no so I can finish my movie because it's out.
But you finished it?
No, hell no.
No? Okay.
I didn't finish it. There's a lot to do. The ending, but then the preparation work of putting on the site, making it in 5 different languages, all that stuff, putting in the producers' names, getting the last round of producers in.
How do you put it in different languages? Do you just have like AI translate it for you?
11 Labs. 11 Labs is a software that you just, if it's less than 30 minutes of a thing, you can cut it into 30 minutes each, but it'll dub even the radio in the background in the language you want it.
Holy shit.
It's insane, dude. We had Tupac in one scene and he was talking in Spanish. He was rapping in Spanish.
That's amazing.
And it sounds like they preserve his voice. So you're going to hear me in my voice talking all 5 languages.
Wow, that's pretty good. I'm about to look into this.
I know 11 Labs is cool.
11 Labs. I'll look
join my
into-
lab.
yeah.
Join the AI Cinema Lab that Good Lion's going to put on, and
Okay.
I will show you the way. I will literally show you the way. And the way is easy once you understand. It's like 10 to 12 steps to seeing something, and it's just fun. Yeah, I'm gonna make it fun. People, I think, should learn.
I mean, how can you not make it fun? I don't do anything unless it's gonna be fun.
I'm same. Wait. You're from Venezuela?
Everyone's too fucking serious. Why so serious?
People are serious. That's what I'm making fun of all day today. Is the people who are like, "You think Michael Jackson's guilty? Oh, unfollow." Ew.
Oh, you don't believe exactly what I fucking believe. Ew, that's gross.
You believe something different? I'm
Oh
following.
my
commenting.
god, the unspeakable,
You were so smart. I lied to you.
unfathomable horror.
It's like look how shallow their follow was to begin with.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
I
well,
saw
I'm gonna
people-
follow this guy because he thinks exactly the same way I do.
That's why the following game is all like a sham.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because you can buy it and pretend that you're popular, and that's
Right.
what they do with people like the ones that we see blow up, and we're like, how did they just blow up so quick? There's a reason.
They buy it. Or
You know,
it's CIA or Mossad.
Yeah. If the Q plan does work, if it works out, then Trump has to go down with it. It has to be him exposing that politicians no longer are the way. But I don't think the act of doing that requires making yourself insanely rich off the American the position of the presidency. Like, because that's what he's doing. It doesn't fit the storyline. It does not.
Well, the way I see it, I think Q actually set Trump up. That's my view on it. I think they knew who he was. They knew they could use him. He would create the perfect storm, which is why they called it the storm. And he's too fucking arrogant and narcissistic to even understand that they set him up to be the fall guy in the middle of it.
But he hasn't fallen.
Oh, he will.
I don't know, dude. It seems like he will fall by death. Like he will get too old, or he will get
there's already so many of his own followers that have abandoned him and don't like him. He's already falling.
You're right. And I think it's like 75%.
Yeah.
When you see how big accounts, like big ones, like with millions, and I know followers don't count, but when you look at those ones and you can see how many people are commenting and you understand their influence, then you realize, like, dude, they took a chance.
Yeah.
They put their neck on the lines to let people know what they could not hold back any further. Yeah, and that's where it makes sense for me. But at the same time, like, they're just letting him have a fucking holiday. Yeah, just kick back, brah. Let him make all this money. Let him kill those girls at the school. Like, how far do white hats just go? Like,
well, here's the problem with the system. It's not that they're letting him do it. It's that they can't stop him. But had they not put someone like him in there to become the fall guy to collapse the system, it would have just continued in the shadows, and worse would have been happening. You see what I'm saying? So this is like, we got to fucking rip off the Band-Aid. This is the only way to make sure that people never trust another politician ever again.
Yeah, like, we're supposed to be paying for them. No, they're working for us.
Right.
But they're not. Like, it seems like they're like, yo, let's feed them a lot of terrible food, get their brains kind of dulled down a bit, get some fluoride in the water, yeah? And then after a little while, they're not going to notice these things that we're doing. Right. They're like, yeah, this is a great satanic plan, isn't it? Right. And then, like, years later, the internet comes out, some motherfuckers blow the whistle, and it starts to spread. And they're going like, oh shit, we should release some fucking virus. We should do an agenda. We need to wrap it up. We need to get this one world order. And they're like, yeah.
Well, if you believe biblical prophecy the way I do, and I don't, and anyone who follows me and knows, what I teach, I don't believe any mainstream narratives from the government. I don't believe any mainstream narratives from religion. The church and state were created as a two-headed giant to deceive and control the masses. Religion has intentionally mistranslated and misinterpreted and mistaught the scriptures for thousands of years. That's on purpose. Everything with Q things the same way. That's my view on that, is that it was intentionally, the movement was infiltrated. They twisted Q out of context. Q never said, 80-90% of what they say that Q said. And so we've been led to the slaughter through all of this infiltration on both sides, on conspiracy theory side, on church and state side, all of it. So, the way I see it, if you're reading through Revelation, which is actually a highly symbolic book, it's still what you would call an end times prophecy. And the interesting thing about end times is it's not one event. End times happens individually because everything is fractalizing, right? The entire, this, I know you've done DMT and all that stuff. You understand that the fabric of reality is nothing but a bunch of fractals. It's like a Mandelbrot set. And so the end times prophecy is not only happening on the micro scale, it also happens on the macro scale. And they happen in different times. And sometimes it'll be an individual they go through their revelation end times from beginning to end, the whole entire thing. It all happens within them in their own life. And then sometimes it'll happen in a family unit. Sometimes it'll happen in a community. Sometimes it'll happen in a nation. Sometimes it'll happen to the whole world. And we're interestingly enough, we're witnessing a lot of those all at the same time right now. And it's because we are coming to the end of the age of Pisces, which is really what the Bible is talking about. It's a mistranslation. If you look at the King James Version and a lot of the other versions, if you read it and it looks like Jesus is saying, I will be with you until the end of the world, or talking about the end of the world, the Bible never one time says anything about the end of the world. Not one single time. It's not in there. The original Greek in the New Testament does not say the end of the world. It says the end of the eon. Eon is a Greek word for age, right? Until the end of the age. And there's a few translations that get it right. So Jesus said, I will be with you until the end of the age. He's talking about the age of Pisces because he came at the beginning of the age of Pisces, which is why the fish became the Christian symbol. And the point that he was making is the way you know me and understand me, I will be with you until the end of the age of Pisces. And then when we get to the age of Aquarius, which we're moving into now, we're having that end times, the end of the age, where the upheaval happens and the shift takes place. The great white throne judgment is taking place right now. And it's not Jesus literally coming down, flying out of the sky on a fucking white horse like Lone Ranger dodging 747s and Katy Perry space capsules. That's a joke. It was all symbolic. The John the Revelator, when he wrote this stuff, and anybody else who wrote anything about this stuff in the Bible, they assumed that you would be smart enough. Like you actually have an adult brain. You'd be smart enough to figure out, just like the talking snakes with the two naked hippies in the Garden of Eden, when the snake told them they didn't have any fucking pants on. They figured you'd be smart enough to understand this is a symbolic story and not to read it like a cheap ass newspaper. But no, we've got literal PhD level people for thousands of years who have read this. Every Sunday they go into churches, they check their fucking brains at the door, and they pretend like this is actually literal. And the irony of it is they'll read the book of Revelation. They'll read the part about, the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns coming out of the sea. And they're like, well, that's symbolic. But the rest of it, Jesus flying around on a fucking hobby horse in a clown and donkey show, followed by a fairy band of angels with wings and jewelry and halos. That's all real, like it's wild. The mental gymnastics and the fucking word salads that people throw together and want to be taken seriously about the Bible. But it all falls apart under very simple scrutiny that a 5th grader can understand when you just read what it actually says. It's very clear that the book of Revelation is symbolic. And so what you're watching right now, we're watching that end times happen right now, not only at the individual level on the micro, but it's also happening on the macro, because we are in that end times revelation, great white throne judgment, second coming of Christ consciousness. That's what the second coming is. It's very clear that it's not some clown and donkey show in the sky where Jesus is flying down from fucking planet Zulu.
But some people really believe that. And like I met one guy who was a truther, or at least I guess he was. And he was so smart, and he didn't look like he didn't play the part of an idiot, and I respected him. So I was like, "Can I talk to you?" And we had a conversation on the phone, and then I just asked a bajillion questions, and I was like, "Cool, man. Oh wow, like when was the first story in the Bible written, and who wrote it, and is it like?" I was trying to find the holes, and then at the end, I was like, what does it look like when Jesus comes back? And he's like, he's gonna come through the clouds, and I was just like, no, like you're so smart. Why would you think that? Like,
I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. You literally have like PhD level people who check their fucking brains at the door every time they walk into a church. And they read. It's called a Bible. It's not a fucking newspaper. It's not a goddamn encyclopedia. It's not a history book. It's a highly symbolic, metaphorical, spiritual book. It is a blueprint to your soul. It is chock full of wisdom and deep hidden symbolism. And the Bible itself even tells you that. And yet they still want to ignore what the Bible tells them. It's literally like,
yes, because
what's that?
That's why your book is genius, because you see the same thing happening in the Q movement where people are thinking the God source, the Q, is saying things that they're not. And how easy it is to go in there when a movement starts. People who are believers perk their ears, and people who are scammers, they perk their ears because they recognize the tidal wave that starts in the beginning of a movement. And they're like, "Ooh, this is our time. This is the new one."
Well, again, the Phil Godlewskis and the Derek Johnsons of this movement are the TV evangelists of this whole thing.
TV evangelists, yes, they are, dude, and they got no shame in their game. But when you look at them now, they're like, they got no movement. They just talk like this, and that's just how it's going to be. And
because they know the jig is up, man.
They have they got no spirit or soul. And then if you go watch Derek Johnson, he's just like, y'all are idiots. Y'all are stupid. Just read. Just read.
I know it's fucking. And what's funny is it's like, you know what, Derek Johnson, I do just read. In fact, I read a lot more than you do. And I don't talk like a fucking redneck idiot like you do. I actually do read. And then when I point out to you what I read, and then you look at it and go, oh, fuck, he just called out my bullshit, block. It tells you everything you need to fucking know.
Yeah, it's not cool, man. These folks, I don't know. It's just what happens, man. That Trump is the king of it right now. Yeah. He is scamming so many people, and it's wild that some just don't give a fuck. But you got to understand who the person is. Are you a continuist, or are you an archivist? Instead of labeling him like, you fucking asshole sheep, or like, you fucking MAGA fag, like, we should actually just divide it up into like a term that helps us understand each other, not distinguish in a negative way. Like, I think it's a good thing to call people continuist. Like, they should know you're choosing to not look at facts. Okay, I won't show you any, Mom. Like, maybe we could start having Thanksgiving together. Like, maybe that's how things start forming again. And people just go, oh, no, that's just Uncle Nick. He's an archivist. What's that? He just wants to know the truth. Like, he's just getting down to the truth. Like, instead of, he's a conspiracy theorist. No, that fucker cares about history. He knows how we've been lied to. And that's his job. Let him be a fucking archivist. We'll learn from it.
Yep. That's it, man.
And no, Phil didn't lose his wife. His wife left him. She took $2 million and fucking booked it, bruh. Because there was probably a prenup.
She saw the fucking writing on the wall.
She saw it all, dude. She had to lie to herself. Every time she was like, Phil, I think that you are. He's like, do you want a boob job? Yeah. Phil, I think that you are. You want a BBL? Yeah. Phil, are you a crip? You want your teeth done? Yeah. Now she looks pretty good.
Yeah, man. But it's all fake though.
Sometimes fake is nice.
It can be. I don't know. I mean, I've dated girls with fake boobs, and honestly, I like the natural ones better, even if they're smaller.
I love fake boobs. I love natural boobs. I love boobs. I love all boobs.
I love boobs.
I love all boobs.
Make big boobies great again.
Even natural with just little nipples.
That's what Phil was doing. He was trying to make her boobies great again.
Huh?
That's what Phil was doing. He was trying to make her boobies great again.
Just making boobs great again. Wait, whose boobs?
his wife or ex-wife, whatever.
Oh yeah, Phil.
Yeah.
No, I mean, she looks fucking retarded, dude. She's an alcoholic. They probably enabled each other for a while, and they woke up out of it once the money kind of slowed down.
Yeah.
And then she's seeing, now she's seeing the wall. She's like, dude, this guy's gonna get locked up with the Fed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I think so. I love talking shit to him. I'll slide into the Telegram and be like, you're a faggot. Have a good day. I've never said that, but that's the energy. Fucking that guy. I'm glad we did what we did, man. There's a lot of people out there who are too afraid to ruffle feathers, and I think they can't. Freedom of speech belongs to the unemployed. If you run your own business, then you're essentially you don't have a boss who's gonna get mad at you if you say shit.
Right. That's why I'm free to do what I do. That's why I don't worry about losing followers, people getting mad at me for actually saying the truth and not towing the fucking line. I mean, I've had multiple streams of income since I was a teenager. I learned that very early on from very successful people.
That's tight.
You don't become a tax slave. You don't become a debt slave. Yeah, and I did. I made the mistakes early on. I had to file bankruptcy in my early 20s, and then after that, I was like, never again. Never doing that shit again. I learned from my mistakes, got my teeth kicked in. I didn't have good role models in my family growing up. Everybody was fucking broke. And most of them still are to this day. And even those that aren't broke, they just kind of, just did what everyone else does. They go out and they, go to school and get a fucking job, and they get the house in the suburbs, the white picket fence, and the 2.5 kids and 1.3 dogs and 3.7 cars, all that, that stuff. I never did that. I'm like, I'm not even interested in that. I want to be free. Freedom and peace are the two most valuable things to me. And I want to actually have a shot at becoming independent wealthy where I'm not beholden to anybody. I don't want to have to wake up at a certain time every day and go clock in. And if I don't, my fucking water or my lights get shut off. I don't want to get fucking evicted because I was too afraid to, stand up for myself and then I just made myself fucking miserable, and then I finally snapped one day at work because I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, and then I do end up getting evicted because I lost my fucking job. I didn't want any of that, so I learned very on to actually
That's a real story. You're not making an example. I'm sorry for laughing because it's similar to mine. That's why I was laughing.
No, I mean, this is what I did. I started my first business when I was 17, and currently I'm involved in 3 different nonprofit ministries and 4 different businesses that I own and run. And so all of my income comes from, a lot of people think, and this is what pisses me off, because they hear me talking about stuff and whatever on the shows, and they're looking at these other grifters like Derek Johnson and those guys selling $40 fucking baseball caps at speaking tours and selling shithole books that they're grifting off of their whole entire bullshit story, and all they do is make money off of their show. I don't make any money off of my show. Make $0 off of my show. In fact, Rumble is still asking me to fill out my W-2 to collect the fucking shithole $900 that they owe me after 2 years and 7.5 million views on my shit. I'm like, I don't even want your 900 some dollars, because I'm not filing your fucking tax slave documents. It's not happening, and that's not how I make my money anyway. So that's why I'm able to do what I do, because I've created my streams of income in other places, so I don't have to worry about losing it. So I could literally have 0 followers tomorrow. Nobody watches my show. I don't care. I'd still be doing the show. It'd be like the first show I ever did. I was just talking to myself.
And yeah, exactly. Same. I think a lot of people don't realize, see what Angela put up here. You got to have the right mindset and resilience to be successful. A lot of people take shortcuts and lack experience, and they do. And I noticed this the more successful I got, the more people that I would meet that would sense it would either fall into a couple categories. One, actually, I regret really taking her under my wing, because she just knew. She's like, Nick needs people. Nick needs people to check his email. Nick needs this and that and all this. Now, and at the time I was like, nah. But I see the opposite in people, where they're like, oh, I'm going to throw so many ideas at him, and he's going to catch one, and I'm going to be valuable, and then I'll stay in his orbit. And then I realized, like, dude, I get too excited about other people's ideas and want to do something about them. So I had to stop hanging out with people so I wouldn't get carried away. And once I understood that, then I gave myself my own ideas and started to build my own things. And I think that's what other people don't do. They don't realize that if they just spend some alone time hammering out something that they believe in, that they can foresee how long it'll take so they can plan out how long it's going to take, then they'll never make something worth it. And some people deep down don't really believe they deserve it, so they don't ever make that initial move that seems so easy. Like,
that's right.
And if they ever get a taste of it, this happens with chicks in relationships and guys in relationships. Once they get a taste, they'll self-sabotage it in some way, because they haven't healed enough to understand their relationship with becoming something. They might really think of themselves as worthless, and they don't even know it.
That's it. You summed it up.
Boom, dude.
Boom.
Stretch my thigh all weird. Getting old, man. Shit. But yeah, no,
Don't
I
say
love
that. Your body's listening to your mouth, man.
Getting all awfully awesome.
It's in the book of Proverbs. The power of life and death is in the tongue.
I don't see it. Where at, bro?
No, but you'll feel it. You'll feel it.
Where's it at? No, yeah. I believe it, dude. I speak things into existence. Like, that's the coolest part, if you can be the Delulu. And I think that's where some people are like, nah, man, the white hats are here, dude. They're here. They're fucking here, man. Like, they want us to believe what they believe to make it real. And then I'm just like, sorry. I can't say it. It's not there. I don't see it. Can't fucking see it. I can't fucking see it.
I can't see it, mate.
See it. I can't fucking see it.
Jesus.
I know, dude. Where is he? He's supposed to show up by now.
Well, again, if people are looking for him to come flying down out of the sky on a white horse like Lone Ranger, they're missing the second coming, because that's all spiritual symbolism. The second coming happens within you, and if it doesn't happen within you, it doesn't ever happen. So if you're looking for it outside of yourself, you're not even listening to what Jesus said. Jesus said in Luke chapter 17, 20 through 23, when the Pharisees, the religious people that go to church and teach out of the scriptures, when they asked him when they would see the coming of the kingdom of heaven, he said, you won't be able to point to it and say, look, it's over here, over there, because the kingdom comes not physical observation. The kingdom of heaven is within you. And then he turns to his disciple in the next, as the circle of disciples there in the next verse, and he says, not only will you never physically see the coming of the kingdom of heaven, because that's not how this works, but there's going to be many who are going to say, the Christ has returned, or the Christ is coming back. And he said, do not follow them. Straight out of the mouth of Jesus. I didn't say it. Jesus said it. And they don't want to read it in churches because it blows up their whole entire false narrative. So if you don't like that, you just have to rip that page out of your Bible and tell Jesus he's a liar.
But what if they threw that line in for the masterful division? For when it does come, people will be like, nah, dog, nah. And then people be like, but bruh, he's turning water into wine. Like, and people are like, but the Bible says so. But what if the Bible put it in there? Like, what if that was the ultimate division of getting us to
if that's the case, then you might as well just burn all the Bibles and never read it again.
No, we just have to take it carefully and understand that they might have infiltrated it at some point. They did take out some books.
Well, the Bible was never a book. It's a collection of books,
and they've taken out some books as
well. They didn't take anything out. They just arbitrarily one day decided what was going to be there and what wasn't. The Ethiopian Bible, they decided, well, we're going to put 88 books in. Well, it was never in the Catholic or the Protestant Bible, but the Ethiopian Bible has 88 books in it. The Catholic Bible has 73, and the Protestant Bible has 66. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many books you put on the same cover. If you want to go read the Book of Enoch, if you want to read any of these other books, the Book of Maccabees or any of these, just go get the book. It doesn't all need to be under one cover.
No, you're getting the wrong idea, man. The idea is that they've taken them out, which means the one thing that controlled the people at one point was manipulated when they rewrote the edition.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm also telling you this as a biblical scholar myself. I can tell you for a fact that I don't have a problem with some of those books not being in there, because some of them I don't think should be in there. I don't think everything that was written. I don't think everything that was written that people that think that just because they didn't let that book in there, it should be in there. Just because it's not in there doesn't mean it should be in there. You know what I'm saying? Some of these books are actually written by con artists like 200, 300 years after Jesus, and just because they put one of the disciples' names on the fucking book, they're like, well, that book should be in there.
Are the mainstream media, and before the mainstream media, the powers that be were the church, and the way they were tired of revolutions and insurrections, they had to pretty much fabricate a good book to make a good person. And I don't blame them for it, because it worked. It created a lot of chill, beautiful people who aren't down to revolt. But look where we are now.
Yeah, I get that.
Because they're not the ones wanting to get up and do nothing. But there are other countries like, what is it, Algeria or Albania? What's the place?
I think it's Albania.
Albania? What are they? What is their religion? Like, it seems like they've got.
They probably don't have a religion. Actually, the people that are wising up and are the most free right now actually have rejected religion the same way. Get this, the same way Jesus rejected religion. Jesus did. See, this is the ultimate irony, is that everyone assumes that Jesus came to start a new religion. He came to destroy all religion once and for all time, and set you free from religion. You know, the word religion comes from the Latin word religare. It literally means return to bondage. Religion is bondage. It absolutely means that. Yes, the word religion is bondage. Why would you want to be in bondage? Jesus never, just read what he said in the scriptures. He never said anything about starting a religion. The only time Jesus ever showed up in church was the only time Jesus ever showed up in a church was to tell them that they were wrong, piss everybody off, and then the one time that really got him in trouble, he went in with a fucking whip, vandalized the whole place, and beat everyone's ass. That's what Jesus did. That's what he thought of church.
To a Jewish church? What kind of church?
Well, that's what they were back then. You know, they didn't have Christian churches.
He was fucking going to Jewish temples.
He was going to Jewish temples and vandalizing the whole place, beating their asses, calling them the synagogue of Satan, telling them in John chapter 8, verse 44, Jesus said to the Jews, "You don't know my Father, you worship your father, the devil." Again, that's scripture out of the mouth of Jesus. If you don't like it, you're going to have to rip that page out of your Bible.
They put Jesus on a cross and all over every religion as like their remembrance of how they fucking destroyed the first guy to call them out.
Yeah, they love it. Like the Vatican, they keep him up on that cross. They don't want to take him down. They love the ritualistic blood sorcery sacrifice.
Dude, they've manipulated the whole religion. The whole thing,
but it's not supposed to be a religion. It's supposed to be freedom from religion.
Damn.
That's what real original Christianity is. See, Christianity is not an ism. You've got Judaism, you've got Catholicism, you've got Buddhism, Hinduism.
There isn't a Christianism.
There's no Christianism. Christianity means Christian means Christ I am. It's supposed to be freedom from religion and Christ within you, but they twisted it and turned it into a religion.
So the Bible they preserved, but the way they made people perceive it is how they controlled them.
Right. They didn't actually change that much of it. That's what I'm saying. I've done deep dives on this for decades. I went to seminary myself.
I guess it's harder to back in that day because it's not like you fucking call up Simon and Schuster.
Right.
Like if you got a false one, some tribe or fucking town is be like,
they'll call you out on it. What is this? It doesn't match up with the other ones, you know?
Yeah, and if they get like a whole, like I don't think they're manufacturing shitloads.
Most of the manipulation and the changes have taken place in the translations. And so if you go, that's why I go back to the original Hebrew in the Old Testament and the original Greek in the New Testament, and I read what it actually says, and it does not say what they say that it says in most places. The story is Jesus was a rebel. By the way, they didn't crucify spiritual hippies for praying to gods and singing songs and holding hands and healing the sick. They crucified political dissidents and murderers. Crucifixion was reserved capital punishment for really bad people.
But you know that they took out, I think it's in the 80s, dude. Because look, Don just commented, and I remember putting in the Tartaria film, I think they took 80 books out of the Bible. And
Well,
like in the book of Enoch is talking about like the masterful large.
Jesus quoted from the book of Enoch, and so did Jude. Jude, he was one of the disciples. He quoted from the book of Enoch in his book in the Bible.
They
So
just kept us from knowing our history at the time that they didn't want us to know. And that's
Well,
probably around Secretariat times. When is the new edition made? 1600s?
Well, the King James version was translated and released in 1611.
See, bro, that's probably when shit fucking started changing, because in 723 they said there was a great reset. And maybe they're just a couple hundred years off, or maybe it all happens this way, dude.
But again, I'm not so worried about what books they've included under the same cover and which ones they haven't, because we have all the books. If you want to read them, just go read them, and go back to the original Hebrew and
Dead Sea
Greek.
Scrolls and shit. Was that in the
Yeah.
Bible?
No, I mean, most of that never was, like the Nag Hammadi texts and the Dead Sea Scrolls, and most of that, no, it was not included. But here's the thing: we do know what the Council of Nicaea decided should be under one cover, and that's where you've got your 73 books from the Catholic Bible, and then for whatever reason the Protestant Bible only has 66 instead of the 73. But I've read most of this stuff. I've been immersed in this obsessively as a biblical scholar myself for many decades, and you're not really missing much of anything. If you get the general scoop of what's going on, you get already what you need, even from just a handful of books out of the New Testament. So that's why this obsession with missing books or books that should be in the Bible, it's just a distraction. You really just need to get to the main point of it, is that Jesus was a rebel. He was a revolutionary. He came to destroy religion. He came to destroy the establishment, set people free. And that's ultimately the real truth of it. If you get that part of it, then you don't need the rest of it. You know what I mean?
And this is coming from somebody he's a Bible scholar. So like, you've spent your time being distracted by what's exciting about these books.
Oh, I did it for decades, and I finally came to the conclusion. I'm like, there's really nothing missing, so to speak. It's like the only thing missing is what we're imagining to be missing. The biggest thing that's missing is people's understanding. It's a lack of understanding that the most important thing is the core principles of what Jesus taught, which was freedom from religion, not creating a new one.
Right, and that's exactly what they did. The powers that be most definitely assisted. They wanted that.
Yeah.
They wanted division. Let's create a whole nother religion.
Yep. I mean, I've even heard people say that, there's supposed to be 777 books in the Bible. And I'm like, for what? What the fuck are you going to do with 777 books? If you can't figure it out after a few books, you got a problem, bro. You know what I mean?
There's too many chefs in the kitchen, bro. Like, you don't need that many professors or prophets coming forth and giving their view.
Well, one of the most important disciples, John, he said in one of his books, he said, what need have you now that any man teach you, because you have the Holy Spirit within you? He gives you instruction and guidance in all ways. And that's true. It's like everyone's still too fucking busy looking outside of themselves for the answers. Jesus was pointing you inward the whole time, and nobody ever wants to do that because it's too uncomfortable to face themselves. They don't want to enter within and see what's actually there.
That's why I think when Jesus was gone for so long, he was learning the ways of a mystic, the art of meditation. And
100%.
That's why I spent my whole 20s being the most spiritual person ever, by learning how to meditate.
That's it.
And getting inside.
What Jesus taught was a mystical viewpoint, and that's why they crucified him, because he was a danger to both church and state. He was setting people free from the controls of church and state, and they didn't like that. They couldn't afford to have that happen.
Jesus would have been a truther. Right 100%. Now, he would have had his own fucking podcast.
100%.
Yeah.
He would have been banned on all the platforms. It's everything he posted would have been fucking censored.
What if
and guess what? Every fucking MAGA Republican out there would have been saying, this guy is a nutbag. He's a fucking shit lib. You know what I mean?
They would have, dude. The world would have hated on him, but there'd be people who were like, no, they don't understand.
The conservatives absolutely would have hated on him. They would have been following the fucking Jewish Pharisees. Because the modern day conservatives are the fucking Pharisees. They're the modern day Pharisees.
Yep. Yep. It's insane how there's so many power structures now that are owned by juice. And
Lime
show
juice.
people, and they're like, "Why do you say that to Jesus? Why do you hate him so much? Why do you?"
I don't know. Why did Jesus hate on him so much? Go read John chapter 8. They almost at the Council of Nicaea almost didn't allow the Gospel of John in the Bible because it was so antiseptic. It was Jesus just calling out the fucking Jews on all their bullshit and calling them devil worshippers and all kinds of stuff.
What if it's revelation of the method? They put it in there just so people would know. Karmic retribution, so they don't get too much pain for what they're causing and suffering because people allow for it. And if they read it somewhere,
I don't know.
and they're like, "Well, we knew and we didn't stop it."
Yeah, I don't know if I really believe that or not, to be honest with you. I mean, I've heard that. I understand the thought process behind that idea. It's like, well, they have to show you. They have to somehow, like, subvert their own karma. No, they don't. They don't have to show you shit. Show me the rule or the law somewhere where it says you have to show somebody that you're fucking them over. You're still fucking them over. You're gonna get the karma. It doesn't matter if you tell them or not.
I don't think they believe it. I think it's a satanic principle. That's why symbolism will be their downfall, because they put all the signs everywhere.
Yeah, they do.
I do.
But what's interesting is it's so easy to hijack that, and I think that's what's happened is that people are buying into a false narrative of Q. They're buying into a false narrative of who and what the actual Satanists are. What they don't understand is the worst Satanists in the world are actually at the heads of all the religious institutions and all of the conservatives who are running around chanting, let's take down all the Satanists. I'm like, you don't realize what you're saying. You're literally asking them to take down all the churches.
Yeah, that's true. The heads of a lot of churches are, dude, greed invites people to be the head of anything. And like psychos will gravitate toward that position. They will be psychos to get there. They will eat the people in front of them. They'll find ways to expose them. That's why a lot of establishments have criminals and psychos up at the top, man. Epstein said Trump was the most
the worst.
The most psychopathic. Yeah. And they eat babies. Why? I don't know, man. At some point, I wonder if greed creates an illness that then eradicates your the frontal lobe. The frontal anterior region of the brain is what thickens in gray matter when you meditate.
And you have no empathy is what.
Yeah, that's what'll build empathy is sitting there meditating, and you get thicker material like gray matter. But criminals have almost none. It's because they don't have the empathy to feel for other people. And so these psychopaths, I think the more and more you lose that, the more and more you lose your humanity, and you probably are operating on reptilian brain function, and they just want to fuck.
Well, that's why I say that whether it ever comes out that there's actual literal reptilian shapeshifters like running everything or not, no matter what, we still have reptilians running the world, because even if they're purely human, these people are so sick, they're only operating from the reptilian portion of their brain. So we still, no matter how you look at it, we still have reptilians running the world.
This is true. Yeah, I do believe we do. We have them. I think they're in every sect. And I think they're like Agent Smith. They can just manifest into somebody.
Right.
And take over for real.
Yeah.
I think Elon got taken over after he called out Trump for being in the files.
Sure did.
That was crazy.
Sure did.
And I think they took him over because they made him do a job that he did well on, and then they didn't want to risk him ever exposing it, so they had to swap him. And I think what that was making sure that Trump won the 2024 election.
Yeah. I mean, this is obviously not the same guy as 2016. I mean, I actually liked 45. I fucking hate 47.
Dude, 45 was my man, dude. He was so on fire and passionate, direct, and had so much energy behind his words. We could feel that he meant it. and he probably really did. And then whoever this is now, it's I think what they put in Michael Jackson after they swapped him and he became a weird ass pedo. Because one of Michael Jackson's first assistants he knew since he was a kid. And then he became an assistant and they hung out all the time. He told the FBI, he said they were catching on to him, and he called them and said, look, there was a phase where, because he first sent the magazine and it had circles over where to get the nude boys videos. And he said, there was a phase Right? That was what he had me buy for him a lot of, and that's all he said. And that was the first one where I was like, dude. And when I see Michael, I don't see a sane person behind those eyes. I see someone who's fucking creepy. Like, I used to see him as an angelic thing, but I've seen too much. Like, it's really bad. I don't know. What's your thought on Michael Jackson?
I don't know. Again, I try not to draw conclusions on things that I just don't have enough substantial information or perspective on. I don't have any personal knowledge of it, because I have the mind, especially being a biblical scholar. I look at it like, and being very much into natural law and constitutional law. I look at everything like a true lawyer, not one of the crooked attorneys, but like a true objective lawyer would look at things. If you don't have personal knowledge of something, you don't really know. You're analyzing, and you can give your perspective and your opinion based on the information that you have, but you still don't really know. So until you have personal knowledge, for me, it's hard to actually give any kind of real analysis without it just being speculation.
We're all speculating. What the fuck are you
Oh,
talking?
I know. But I'm just saying, with that one in particular, it's like, it's massive speculation for me, because I just really don't have. I haven't really looked
Have you
into
seen the
it.
new Netflix? Whenever you can, the new Netflix documentary it doesn't paint him as guilty. I don't know why people are all afraid of it. They actually
No, I haven't seen it.
They're not calling him guilty. That Leaving Neverland is. This movie is actually more protecting his image. That's the crazy thing, that people just assume it's bad because it's Netflix. But the movie is protecting his image. They show the kid who comes forth and says it, but then they show how his mom used the kid to do that with other people.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't stop me from. Michael admits in one of the most famous interviews ever that he sleeps in beds with kids. Like,
yeah, it's kind of fucking weird, dude.
That was on the interview, and the world was like, "What is he saying?"
Yeah.
And he was trying to justify it, making it okay. But like, bro, you would have been better off not doing that. Like, why did you do that? You created it. You created the image that you're a fucking pedophile because you weren't smart enough to realize if you tell this famous interviewer that you sleep in the bed with fucking children.
It's I mean, how I don't know how he thought that was going to end up, but
oh no, his whole family was like, you fucked up. They're like, you're an idiot. That's why I think, dude, Mossad took over, and it was part of his downfall. It was all orchestrated.
Possibly. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think he was, grown. I do believe he might have been molested, and maybe he was a victim.
Dude, I'm sure he was
recreating. And he mentioned, when he put the baby out the window, that's fucking weird clone shit. Like, there were things he did, and on the day of the final verdict, they bring this up in the documentary. You see him play the audience well throughout the whole thing. Like, he's like, look, I'm innocent. I'm gonna get up on this car and I'm gonna fucking give everyone some love and dance. And everyone's like, whoa, that's gnarly. But then on the very last day, he walked in there. They said he was partying insanely for the months of this trial, drowning himself. And on that last day, he looked like he was guilty. Wow. Nothing in his face. And then when they read it, he wasn't even hearing like they were pleading, or they were saying not guilty. But for Michael, he wasn't even paying attention. In his head, he was already gone. And his lawyer had to say, like, hey, Michael, like, and he told him, like, you're innocent, bro, or you're not guilty. Not innocent, not guilty. And yeah, so anyway, fucking crazy.
My dog's freaking out. I've actually arrived at my destination.
That's cool, because I was thinking about ending it, but yeah, cool, man. Thanks for coming on. I'm glad you arrived.
It's been
fun. All
you
right.
hear my dog? He's like, he
I
knows
heard
where we're
it.
at.
I thought someone was spying on us, but that's your doggy.
No, that's my dog. He knows where we're at. He's like back home in Nashville.
Oh, tight.
Yeah, I've got to get a bunch of stuff here for the summer solstice event for out there on the land for the New Earth project. So I'm picking up a bunch of stuff, and then I'm doing a quick turnaround and going back tomorrow. Pongo,
Wow.
please stop.
All right, man. I'll let you go. Thanks for coming on. That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks, brother. We'll see you.
Yeah, thanks for your thoughts. Yeah, I'll see you.
All right, later.
Peace out, homie. That was fun. Always fun having Ethan on. Great perspective. Bible scholar, man. He's gone through the whole thing. A lot of my friends who I find the funniest have actually been really in the Bible, they've been musicians. Well, that was fun. 4 hours and 20 minutes, 420. But I'm not going to smoke because I don't want to cough too much, but I like keeping my guest network small. In the past, I would invite anybody on, and I would quit. They would be interesting, then they would come on again, and then they'd have their own momentum. They'd start their own show, and then they end up talking shit about me. It happened like 5 times. And I was like, all right, interesting. Not doing that again. Let's see here. Oh. Why does it go down when the light. It's like the camera looks at my junk. All right. Y'all, if you're not a member yet, this movie's coming out real soon. So you better come out and get it. Come get a free membership. If you don't got no money, that's no problem. And I mean it. What does that mean? Well, use the promo code FREE. You can get a month free. You can enjoy it for a month, watch the new movie, and ditch out before you fucking have to pay again. Or support the new wave of cinema. Be part of the growing movement from me, where I'm making films with a whole new approach. And I want to teach you at the same time. So I will be, you know what I'm really excited to do? I was fantasizing about it today. Right under my face right there. The Tartarian Empire 3 is going to be so fucking tight because of what I can do now with AI. I want to wake up and do that tomorrow. And I unfortunately can't because I have this movie to finish, The Greatest Show on Earth 4. And then I'm going to do The Greatest Show on Earth 5 to finish telling the story. I'm not going to stop working. I'm just going to go right into making part 2 because that's where I'm at. But I want to do that one fucking first before part 2 comes out, to be honest. But I won't. Maybe I should. I don't know. I'll think about it. Part 3. Tartarian Empire 3. Mud Floods, Orphan Trains, Cabbage Patch Kids, and more. The story needs to evolve more into the Tartarian lore because part 1 and 2 are more about like history, unraveled. That's the first one. Second one is remnant power. What was their power source like? And the third one, I don't remember the name. I might completely change it, but it's going to be fucking dope. So thanks for hanging out. That was a good one. 4 hours and a half today. I hope you guys have a good weekend. I'll be back on Monday. So this is a shorter break than what I normally do. And then I'm just doing Mondays and Fridays until I finish. The movie's out in 10 days or 9. So we'll basically just be doing one of these with I think a bunch of different other people. I haven't really decided yet. So, but yeah, anyway, fucking come over here. Use the promo code LOVE88 if you just want to get any plan and cut it in half for every single billing cycle. That is where it's at. That's what you want to do. So you go to the website, go to join, If you're on your computer and you scroll all the way down, you're going to see save 50% on all plans and billing cycles by using promo code LOVE88. That's where it's at. Also, I think that's it. Oh yeah, the app on Apple, the Apple App Store is going back online. I had to submit some reviews for it, and I had to renew my app developer program. So now the Google Play Store is still live. So if you have an Android, and this should take only a couple days for the app to get reviewed, and then you can watch from the app, which is a whole different experience. It's really fun, actually. It's different. So this is what I'm offering to the world, making movies to help people wake up. And there's shitloads of my favorites on here. I guess Monday we'll watch some Europa. It's worth it for what it helps do for people. It wakes people up to truths that may have very well been hidden and kept secret from us by design. And why? That's what we're all here to find out. So, peace the fuck out. Have a good weekend. Don't get into trouble. But if you do,